Friends, welcome back, or welcome here for the first time, to what I have chosen to call a history of rock and roll in film and rock and roll. You may call it what you like, and that's your prerogative, and that is your choice, and that is your power. Now, today is a special one. And am I implying the other ones before this aren't special? Of course I am. Exactly, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm saying, and exactly what I'm implying. Everything before this has been prelude. Because every episode is its own challenge to me. It's its own just vicious aminal staring me in the face, drooling and snarling and begging me to make the first move and challenging me to do something, to do a thing, to try to attempt to explain something. The history, the films, the rock, the recordings, the promotions, the band intertextualizations, and the musical compositions. And I always feel I will continually fall short, because this is not a show that has a steady stream of ideas and content brought in by other people. This is not a show that just feeds off of current events that are just here for me to interpret. Nope. This is a show where I combine love of music and love of film. Or to be fair, let's be a little bit more honest, love of rock and love of movies, and the many stories involved in getting both of those things done, and the effects it has on all of us. And White Zombie is a huge deal for me. So, here we go. This is the ultimate, no matter what I do, it won't be good enough, but if I never start doing it, it'll never get done. We're going to tear through some of the narrative from the points of view of the band members. We're going to talk about the film. We're going to talk about Bela Lugosi, his origins. We're going to talk about what it was like to be in White Zombie at various times on the earlier part of the timeline. When I say earlier, I mean mostly early 90s, a little bit of the late 80s, a smidgen of the 80s stuff. If you are a big enough fan of the band, you already probably own the It Came From NYC box set. I do not. But if you wanted to know the story of their time in the 80s, it's out there for you, and you can read whatever came with that very nice and very expensive and nicely remastered and compiled box set. I'll qualify what a White Zombie fan I am right now. I didn't buy that box set because I didn't care enough about the old stuff. I had heard it, though. I had listened to it. And I'm not saying I didn't like it or it was bad. But also, I took it as a real big fuck you from Rob Zombie. As a fan of the stuff that he had done in White Zombie in the 90s, I took it as a huge fuck you. And he went with Geffen and basically acquiesced to the demands or the request to put out a box set of his time in White Zombie after his solo career was well established. And we'll get into what a fan I am of his solo career later, and what a fan I am of his movies later. It's all pretty fucking good as far as I'm concerned in varying degrees. When I say all, I'm talking like 1998 through present day, and there's an average there. There's a lot of averaging out, all right? Not saying it's all good. Saying I like a lot of it overall. But on the subject of the Let Sleeping Corpses Lie box set, I bought it right away, of course. But I was dealt a pretty shitty hand when I cracked it open. I realized Rob Zombie was not passive-aggressively, but aggressive-aggressively saying, fuck you for wanting this. And what he titled it Let Sleeping Corpses Lie. Essentially saying, this thing you love is dead, and you shouldn't be asking me to reanimate it for you. Leave it alone. And he didn't leave it alone. He put out remastered versions of the old stuff, right? He also put no history of the band, no photos, no artwork, no nothing in there. I'm sure the other band members would have been happy to contribute to that if he had let them, if he wanted to spare a single thought, but I'm sure that wasn't really on his mind because he had other things that were more important to do, like, movies, tours, new albums of his own. He's focused on that. He doesn't like being bothered with the old stuff. That's fine. I don't hate him for that. I just hate that he made it either he was making maybe he didn't decide what the title of the fucking thing was supposed to be. I don't know. But either he wanted me to feel like shit for wanting to buy the thing, or someone at Geffen came up with that title. Someone at Geffen decided there should be no real visual features to it to explain the history of the band at all. Other than just basic liner notes about the titles of the songs. Whatever. I'm glad I have it. I'll say that. I'm glad I have it. And I'm glad it was put out. There was a time there where White Zombie was the most entertaining band I had ever come across. I could look at pictures of the band and be entertained. I could watch them live, be entertained. I could listen to the records and be entertained. I could read interviews with them and be entertained. I don't know that anyone else really did that the way White Zombie did for me. Now, like a lot of episodes, there's going to be more band history and stuff than the movie history. It's not like this is Gone with the Wind and there's like books written about the making of it, or, The Wizard of Oz or something. But I will say this is not the first. This is the first of at least 2, maybe 3 episodes about White Zombie and White Zombie, and I'm going to get into more details about Bela Lugosi and his career and White Zombie the film after this. So what you hear that I cover in 3 segments in this episode is not all of it. There's going to be about that much, more coming your way on the next one. I will assume that you're here for White Zombie the band more than White Zombie the film. White Zombie was the band that made me understand how cool people could be. The way they looked, the way they acted, and the music they made. And on a guitar playing level, I had already gotten into metal when it came to Metallica, Anthrax, Megadeth, but really couldn't keep up for too long with those bands. Started to get into the Misfits, and I could keep up better with that, of course. I mean, still in my mid-teens. But White Zombie, I could play along with Sexorcisto with a little more work put into it, and it actually made sense as to why I was doing the work, as opposed to a Metallica or a Megadeth, when I would just say, well, why am I putting in the work? This is too far beyond me. Jay Yuenger is no slouch. He's capable of a lot of complexity at times, especially on Sexorcisto. But he taught me groove, and he mixed it with the metal, and no one had done that before that I could actually grasp onto. Of course, there's Pantera at the same time and before White Zombie, but I couldn't grasp onto that yet. I wasn't, I could barely. I'm 2 decades removed, and I still can't grasp onto an entire Pantera song by myself. I'm playing along with it, but I found something in White Zombie that no other band could do. It was enticing musically. It was enticing atmospherically. It was fun lyrically and open to interpretation. If you wanted to believe it was super evil and serious, you probably could if you tried really hard. But if you were more like me, it was like, oh, this is fun. This is cool. This is a bit vulgar at times and a bit gory at times, but it doesn't have to mean something or project something when it comes to the human condition, or the something profound or something damning about the speaker in question and what his intentions might be and what the symbolism of it all is. Nope. And this is a longer introduction than I usually do on the shows, but White Zombie is very special to me, and I don't want anyone here coming in thinking they're going to be let down or sit in through stuff that they're not going to like. if you've memorized every single thing White Zombie has ever said in a magazine, you might hear a few things you've already heard. If you've memorized every blog and all of Sean Yseult's book, between these episodes that I, 2 or 3, I don't know how many I'll do, you're going to hear things you might have already heard. But how often are people in your life talking to you about White Zombie? How great would it be to sit back and listen to someone else enjoying the thing that you enjoy and reiterating things that those people have said a long time ago and celebrating this band and this film that both never get the credit that they deserve for being very appreciable as much as the stuff that came before and after. And if you end up liking it, check out the other episodes in the feed, or maybe share this one with a friend, or share another one with a friend. We got Janis Joplin, we got Little Richard, we got, Chuck Berry, we got Streets of Fire, we got AC/DC and Maximum Overdrive. We got all kinds of stuff in the feed for you to listen to, or play for a child that needs to fall asleep to my dulcet tones. Important thing is, you're here because you give a shit about movies and you give a shit about rock and roll. And I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Let's get started, shall we? I'll read some excerpts from the introduction to I'm in the Band by Sean Yseult. Backstage notes from the Chicken White Zombie. The Chicken White Zombie became an affectionate nickname for me, thanks to Beavis and Butthead and legions of metalheads. It not only singled me out as the only girl in the band, but it also as the only girl in a huge boys club, a big, sweaty, long-haired, denim and leather moshing boys club. That was the arena of heavy metal where not only the fans, but the bands, the road crews, stage crews, the club owners, the managers, were all guys. As a musician, I was headbanging into uncharted territory, hoping to sneak by before anyone noticed. Once I was not only accepted into this club, but fans accepted me on a level reserved for their favorite band members, and bands gave me respect as a musician, songwriter, and performer. I felt extremely lucky and thankful to have bypassed the sexism that was still prevalent at that time and place, at least with the bands and our fans, the people that really mattered. Of course, being the chick in White Zombie wasn't always easy, but I enjoyed the challenge and the adventure. In the early days, sharing a hotel room with 3 or 4 guys required extreme tact, as did the single dressing room we were frequently faced with at clubs and stadiums. Over the years of rigorous touring, I was sick or injured a disproportionate amount of time compared to the guys. It was hard to pull my weight when my gear was the heaviest, although I tried anyway. Later, when we were headlining arenas, local stagehands would see me walking from backstage towards the stage at showtime and try to stop me, thinking I was a friend or a fan of the band. No one allowed on stage, they'd bark. Frustrated, I would have to explain that I was in the band as I'd hear the intro tape with my stage cue rolling and watch the pyro firing up. Eventually, my bass tech or stage manager would freak out and come looking for me, and only with his assurance would I be allowed to pass. When we played Castle Donington in 1996, my appearance on stage was so unusual that a TV crew filmed me afterwards, asking what it felt like to be the only girl to have performed there in all of history besides Doro Pesch. There were 9 other bands playing that day, including Metallica, Skid Row, and Slash's Snake Pit. All the members were men. Even the 80,000-strong audience was 90% male. And that is wild, right? That's something crazy to consider. Really crazy. I mean, almost unbelievable, personally. I mean, these are my words, not hers. I'm going off the book here. Unthinkable, unbelievable, and really disconcerting, to say the least, that in 1996, Skid Row would be featured on a Castle Donington lineup with Metallica and White Zombie. Good Lord. 96. Back when White Zombie played with East Village punk and art bands, I would meet other female musicians, but once we crossed the line over into the world of rock and metal, that all ended. I'm sure there were some like-minded girls out in the audience somewhere, but I never met them. The only women I met now were girlfriends or groupies that wanted to get backstage and meet, in quotes, the band. Whether that meant clawing their way on stage or somehow getting past security and the road crew, don't ask. It was always awkward for me to encounter these women, especially when the road crew had tagged them with a Tulsa backstage pass. A slut, backwards, Tulsa. Even more bizarre was when they got backstage and wanted to meet me, thinking I was a dude. Yes, that happened. Once a gay man even placed an ad directed at me in the LA Weekly Personals, having mistaken me for a guy. Remember, this was the world of metal where everyone had long hair. So even though I was wearing hot pants, my stick-thin figure and engineer boots left me looking fairly androgynous. I wasn't helping matters by going by Sean, which is what my parents called me instead of Shauna. And while I wasn't trying purposefully to look like a guy, I also never wanted the fact that I was a girl to be an issue. I just wanted to be accepted as a musician and songwriter, first and foremost. So I was stumped when the interviewer at Donington asked me that question. The same one that came up in every interview I ever did. How does it feel to be the only girl? I had nothing else to compare it to, having always been the only girl in the scene. And I would banish that line of questioning with some glib response, as, ironically, discussing my gender only seemed to belittle what I was trying to achieve, equality. Our audience was primarily guys, specifically metalheads. And the highest compliment coming from them was when they'd come up to me night after night saying, "You and Cliff Burton are my favorite bass players." No sexism, no mention of gender. Just putting me right up there with their favorite bass playing rock god. Though sometimes there were a few sweet marriage proposals mixed in. But I was always surprised at their sincerity and kindness. Also surprising were the cool gifts these huge metal dudes would show up with. Amazing bootlegs of Alice Cooper, Kiss, Black Sabbath, and rare hot stuff and Casper memorabilia, Frankenstein items, all things they had found out I collected. The best part about the fans was to look out and see them going nuts, screaming your name in your face, high-fiving you, asking for pics. For 2 years in a row, I was awarded Best Metal Bassist of the Year in Metal Maniacs magazine. These were the things... These were the things that made me happy. And throughout the years of touring with the heaviest testosterone-crazed bands like Pantera, Anthrax, Testament, Megadeth, and Danzig, I was always treated with respect as an equal. And as one of the guys. People always ask for highlights. Headlining arenas, having one of the songs I wrote the riffs for, Black Sunshine, picked for Guitar Hero, meeting Jon Stewart and David Letterman after playing on their shows. Maybe the time the young Brazilian pilot and co-pilot requested I sit between them for the duration of the flight into Rio de Janeiro. Or the show that followed that night playing in front of 300,000 maniacs. Then watching Smashing Pumpkins, Black Crowes, and Paige Plant from The Wings and having drinks with all of them afterwards. Then there was the time we played Tokyo with Pantera. Our hotel was surrounded by throngs of crazy fans, and I stayed up all night drinking in the hotel bar with Phil Anselmo and Robin Zander of Cheap Trick. Maybe ending up at the whiskey bar late one night with Forrest Whitaker and Kato Kalin during the OJ trial. The constant tour pranks between me and Dimebag Darrell are definitely a highlight. Maybe the time Al Jurgensen drove us both halfway off a cliff at Johnny Depp's house, forcing us to spend the night in Depp's guest room. Riding in the Ramones van, hanging with Hell's Angels, shooting AK-47s in Alaska, partying at the Interview with a Vampire premiere, going to the Grammys, meeting people like Iggy Pop, Timothy Leary, Brendan Fraser, Adam Sandler, and Chris Farley. Sorry, that lineup makes me laugh. Like Iggy Pop and Brendan Fraser. And did I mention all the other fantastic bands I got to play with, watch, perform, and become friends with? Cayuse, The Cramps, the Reverend Horton Heat, the Ramones, the Super Suckers, Filter, Monster Magnet, if you're a fan of Mitch Hedberg. Wicker Man, I Hate God, Marilyn Manson, Korn, Rancid, Soundgarden, Mudhoney, L7, Supergrass. So how did all this happen to an outcast from North Carolina? More on that later. want to read out of another magazine from the Astro Creep era now, the 1995 June issue of Pulse magazine. This was given away free in little newsstand boxes in front of Tower Records and Tower Video storefronts. I mean, as well as the inside, not just the front. And my dorky high school buddy and I, we were both in high school and we were both dorky. It wasn't like I was an adult and I was hanging out with a dorky high school person. We just took every single copy that was available that day for ourselves, and I think that was about 30 issues, because we liked White Zombie so darn much, and we figured the Bellevue, Washington Tower Records was not going to really, miss them, or lament they didn't have enough to give away, and they probably had more in the back somewhere. It is an article titled "That Creeping Feeling" by Mark Weidenbaum and photography by Robert Seabury. These are some of the best White Zombie photos I've seen outside of normal rock magazines, quite frankly, of the era. The cover's great. The interior photos are fantastic. Someone knows what they're doing here. And the band at this point are clearly very good at posing for photos. The first few paragraphs are just a description of what it looks like on the set of the More Human Than Human video shoot. Who cares? We don't care. We know. Then it says, it is just after 10 a.m. on a Saturday this past March, exactly a month in advance of Astro Creep's official release date. Rob Zombie, leader of his namesake band, sidles up and gestures towards one of the silent, anonymous production assistants, purposefully wandering the studio set. "See that guy?" Rob asks. "He was in the Bad News Bears, third baseman or something. And now? I think he's a grip or something." Rob summons another PA and sends him on an errand. 12 small American flags and a large sandwich board on which he could paint the words "More Human Than Human." "Big block letters?" the PA asks. "Like a sign in a deli window, lunch special," Rob says, and put "The end is near" on the other side. The PA gives a Boy Scout salute and begins his quest. Rob is directing the video. He got to know much of the crew the previous evening when they were up past midnight constructing the studio set rendering of White Zombie's rehearsal room. Despite his faith in this particular PA's shopping and lettering skills, it soon becomes apparent that as a leader, Rob Zombie is not a great delegator. He got to know Geffen's art staff fairly well when he chose to illustrate all 16 panels of the full-color double-sided fold-out booklet that accompanies the Astro Creep CD. Rob will later explain that Geffen pays for 4 panels per CD for any of its bands. White Zombie ate the rest of the printing cost. He's just beginning to get to know the company that is producing the band's upcoming tour because he is designing the stage set. He already knows White Zombie's merchandisers, since it has been Rob's habit from the band's start a full decade ago to design its t-shirts, stickers, patches, posters, you name it. And yes, he designed his many tattoos, and probably would have engraved them as well had God made his arms long enough for the task. "We wanted our real space," Rob says, a bit distracted, "but it was too small to get the cameras in." Then he walks off to consult with the cinematographer, who is busy arranging the first shot of the day. Today's filming will consist solely of the 4 members of White Zombie miming the More Human Than Human album track for a checklist of hyphenated music video visual formats. Slow-mo, fish-eye, close-up, strobe-lit. Tomorrow morning, Rob and a guerrilla crew will hit LA's streets in a van to film a variety of segments. Ugly clown vignette, ugly Texan vignette, Shriner vignette, on cheap stock material that will, on cheap stock, material that will miscegenate with today's footage in an editing room and give birth to an MTV-ready video. Then there's a few paragraphs of rock journalist bullshit we don't care about. For people that don't know who White Zombie is, essentially, they did this, and this sounds like that, and then they do this, the Beavis and Butthead, and blah, blah, blah. They go through the song a million times. Quotes about the lyrics, descriptions of what the song sounds like. We don't need this. Let's see. As the Jigsaw Man, referring to Rob, and the cinematographer huddle in preparations for the first shot of the day, the rest of White Zombie awaits direction. Sean Yseult, bass, is tailoring her outfit, a generic black slip, by attaching a strap. Oh, it's strapped to her bra with a sticky ribbon of duct tape. Jay, yes, simply Jay, guitar, is talking effects boxes with a reporter from a guitar magazine who dutifully photographs the floor array. John Tempesta, drums, sits quietly. Later, while Jay's doing close-ups, Tempesta is asked what the video is about. I don't really know, he says, his shoulders rising with his voice. A lot of that is up to Rob. You just gotta trust him. Tempesta, Yseult, and Jay will each make the same joke at least once today, that the image of the three of them wailing away playing the song is sort of silly, since so much of the song is other than them playing their instruments. That other is the patina of musical slop that makes White Zombie special. That other is, more specifically, Rob Zombie, the band's lead singer, who not only lip-syncs his part in each take, as his fellow zombies air their instruments, but twitches madly, each limb, each segment contorting to a different element in the music. It's a choreography only he understands. One half the band's two-manager team, a short, pudgy character named Andy Gould, arrives just prior to lunch. His British accent primarily serves to cement his resemblance to Phil Collins. He spends much of the afternoon dispensing stories about his days managing Kool and the Gang. Come 1995, he manages the careers of Pantera and Prong, bands as deeply involved as White Zombie in redefining the genre metal, and skimming the reportedly deep catalog of dirty jokes. Or his deep catalog. He returns now and again to the production of White Zombie's new album. Ask Rob about the samples, he suggests animatedly. They make them all themselves this time, mostly him and John in the studio. Gould is talking around legal troubles that delayed the release of La Sexorcisto for, by some accounts, close to a year, when Robert De Niro, among others, denied the band the right to make use of sampled materials long since stitched into the album's fabric. After a time-consuming re-edit, La Sexorcisto was finally ready for release. According to Gould today, the members of White Zombie took the precaution of inventing samples this time around, of contriving their own archive of source material to be introduced into Astro Creep's musical mix. As for the video, Gould hasn't much better an idea of what's going on than does Tempesta. As we will learn, this isn't the only area where he is being kept in the dark. I want to strip the whole thing back to basics a little, Rob will say a few days later, describing his plans for the video. I want to explain where this band came from, in a way. I have these old Super 8 movies my mom sent me, like from the 60s, and I'm going to cut into footage of that with the new Super 8 we filmed for the video. Just blur them together, where it goes from me and my brother running around in Halloween costumes to this robot on the street today. It's like nothing has changed, you know? It's the exact same world in my head as when I was a kid. As with the Bad News Bears veteran on the production staff, who is haunted good-naturedly and routinely in regards to his preteen acting stint, the facts of Rob Zombie's childhood, lost in the suburban dreamland of comic books and horror movies, and inevitably heavy metal, continue to surface in his adult life. I remember reading the Guitar School interview with Jay Yuenger, as well as with Sean, that came out close to this time as well. Read it many times in Miss Newman's language arts class in 1995. Couldn't stop reading that interview and looking at those photos. And I remember that another mention there of, well, we did our own samples this time because we don't want to get held up by like Leonard Nimoy trying to sue us or something, like on the previous one. And I think Rob was interviewed in part of it too. And that's where they talk about how the vocals for Real Solution number 9, you know, who will survive a wild bear be left of them, that was all done after a bunch of experimenting with different kinds of microphones, trying to get like a telephone sound or a weird distortion that they couldn't get. Rob just gave some money to one of the people working and to go to Toys R Us and get some walkie-talkies. And they recorded his vocals through those walkie-talkies into a microphone. They were Mighty Morphin Power Ranger walkie-talkies, specifically. And that they were making their own samples. They were talking themselves and then running it through a sampler. And that's what the quotes on the album were. And I don't buy that. For some of the more prominent ones on Astro Creep, I mean, like, there's clearly just quotes from Shaft, you know, on, I think it's Electric Head Part 2, you know, watch your mouth, man. Do whatever say whatever damn thing I want. I'll kill the motherfucker. Come looking for you. I saw Shaft for the first time after I'd already had the album for about a year, and it made me jump when I heard those quotes. It's so dead on. Like, it's those actors' voices. It's not Rob Zombie doing a jive turkey thing. If you know. And then there's the Manson girls in I believe Creature of the Wheel. I don't want to get myself all twisted around wrong, but you know, you're going to go out there and say a bunch of stupid phrases. You're going to burn an X in your head. That woman's quotes, those were from a talk show. It was like Geraldo or Oprah or something like Donahue or something like that. They're all attributable to real things that you can listen to. It's not like they're redone in someone else's voice. Now, I'm not saying that there can't be samples in the damn album that were done by members of the band or Rob or somebody else organically. Not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that the most prominent ones, I mean, like the intro to What's Wrong With Me? Supercharger Heaven, you know? The intro to Electric Head Part 1. Those have samples from movies that we can cross-reference and you can listen to. You can watch the movies and you can hear distinctly. It's not someone in the band. I mean, if it is, they went to a lot of trouble for something like that in the era before the kind of audio digital manipulation we have now that would, make audio deep faking a lot easier. Anyway, tangent. Sorry. But what I suspect is saying these things in the press might have gotten people to, legal folks to not be sniffing around so intently at the new record to see if there was something on there they could sue them for. And also, there was probably a choice to take samples from materials that were a little less high profile than someone like Robert De Niro, for crying out loud. Right now, I want to read straight from Jay Yuenger's own notes from his own blog posts. I have copied down a couple of URLs, over a year ago when I started taking notes for this particular episode. One is just like jyuenger.com. One is like 1,000 Yard Stare. I'll check on those. Let's see. But these are straight from Jay's own publications on the internet. He talks about a photo with the band and Iggy Pop that came from around the time of, having Iggy Pop come into the studio to do voiceover on Black Sunshine. Sorry, I mean Black Sunshine. He says, I have a print of that picture, and it's the only one I have from the making of the record. There are others, but I don't remember anyone taking many photos, and carrying a camera wasn't something a lot of people did at that time. Film cost money. Developing cost money. And your point-and-shoot snapshots almost always looked like shit when you got them back from Walgreens. I don't think any of us were in the habit of writing things down either, which makes it difficult to think about. Which makes it difficult. Sorry. I assume he means like it makes it difficult to recall. I do have a scrapbook somewhere with Iggy Pop's cab receipt in it. He walked in, said, "Hi, I'm Jim," and asked about getting reimbursed for his taxi ride uptown. And we all looked at each other, and I thought, I'll buy Iggy's receipt from him. That'll be a cool thing to have. I should go looking for that scrapbook. It's got wet during Hurricane Katrina and probably still moldy. A note about Iggy Pop coming to the studio to do his voiceover on Black Sunshine. I'd had previously the chance to meet people from bands I was a fan of, but Iggy was the first genuine rock star I ever met. And I cannot emphasize enough what a positive experience it was. Sorry. You're just going to have to hear me get happy when I read some of these things straight from Sean and straight from Jay. And how how pleasing it is after these years of doing the show and just being some of the episodes are so sad and depressing, and this one is not, because no one in the band, for the most part, died horribly. Let's say that. And their stories aren't terribly tragic and sad and violent and awful, unlike some of the people I've covered in the episodes. Maybe that's why I'm reacting this way. I don't know. Could just be the changing of the seasons. Could just be it's mid-October and the temperature and the humidity change is doing funky things to me. Anyway, he says he knocked out his part for the track pretty quick. I remember when he got in the booth, he said, "Okay, I want to hear mainly myself in the cans, no reverb, loud." And then hung out for a couple of hours telling us stories, bullshitting about the state of music. He was very, very friendly and kindly answered all of our questions about his life and work. Anyway, I don't know. La Sexorcisto recorded in May, June maybe. We recorded at a place called 321, which was at 321 West 44th Street. It had been the record plant from 1968 to 1987, a very, very famous studio. When I was exploring some of the empty rooms, I found a box full of invoices from the late 70s, billing for session time for Cheap Trick, Bruce Springsteen, Kiss, and Blondie. I have no idea why I didn't swipe one as a souvenir. Yeah, that's the mistake of youth. That's what you call a mistake of youth. Because, you get older and you realize if that shit was just laying around, then nobody cares about it after all those years. That's not being held for the accountants or anything after that many years gone by. I didn't learn until much later that Jimi Hendrix recorded Electric Ladyland there. So I moved to New York City when I was 20 years old, and I played on the stage the Ramones and countless others played on, and then I recorded where Jimi Hendrix and countless others recorded. So I need a new childhood dream, I guess. I don't know what exactly was going on there business-wise, but it felt like they had started renovating and run out of money. There was drywall stacked up everywhere, holes in the walls, wires dangling. The live room is, where you track the drums, especially with other instruments as well. But mostly you got a big room for a big drum sound and room for lots of microphones and stuff and some space for big pieces of gear. Every good studio needs a big room. He says... drywall stacked up everywhere, holes in the walls, wires dangling. The live room was massive, 2 floors tall, unfinished space. It was very unusual in New York City to see a space like that, high up in a building. This scene was very different from what you might imagine a legendary recording studio to be like. The lounge didn't have much in it besides a stained couch and a battered boombox. I'm guessing that we were getting a bargain rate recording there. Hardly anyone worked at 321. I remember that there was a reception area in front, which occasionally had one person in it. And there was a guy or two, techs maybe, I don't think there was a house engineer, who came through once in a while. I asked the guy if there might be a guitar stand laying around, and he laughed in my face. I do remember that the room we mixed in was pyramid-shaped. We were told John Lennon had built it as his personal studio. I don't know if that's true, but he did record Imagine and Double Fantasy there, and he was recording there on the day he was killed. The thing that was really unusual about making the record, was how little supervision there was. Geffen Records was an LA company, and as far as I know, the only representative of the company was Michael Alago, the A&R guy who signed us. Alago had signed Metallica to Elektra, and it seemed like on the basis of that, he pretty much had carte blanche to do whatever he wanted. Side note from your narrator, yeah, there's documentaries, I think, about this guy. There's plenty of sort of interviews with him on YouTube. He's quite a character. And I started seeing him more and more often in VH1 Behind the Music episodes in the late 1990s when they would interview him about bands that he had worked with or signed. The first thing I remember was him talking about the Red Hot Chili Peppers and, having worked with them in the 80s and being backstage after the band was like done for the night and had left and showered and changed and some woman comes racing in at the end of it all and everyone's gone, the partying's done or whatever was happening is over, groupies are all gone, security's gone, and Michael was about to leave and she's like, is Flea here? Is Anthony here? And he's like, no, everyone's gone. Well, is there anything that they left? Is there any of their stuff? And he goes, oh, well, and he points over in the corner. Actually, those underpants there, like little tidy whities, that's what Flea was wearing when he was on stage tonight. And she runs over, and he's like, he's sort of like half still horrified at saying this. Even, 10 years after it happened, he's like, she runs over to this pair of underwear, these gross, sweaty underpants, and raises it up above her head, tilts her head back, opens her mouth, and wrings every last bit of moisture out of this pair of Flea's underwear, and then swallows it and says, now I have him inside me. I have a part of him inside me forever. Anyway, that's my Mike Alago story. That's not my story. It's his story from VH1. But anyways, he was on quite a few of those, depending on the band. And then it would start showing up more and more often on the VH1 stuff here and there. And eventually people started getting more of his stories and interviewing him about other bands for their documentaries. And then finally, I think, did one on him. Jay says, I don't remember meeting or dealing with anyone else from the label until after that summer when we moved to Los Angeles. The reaction of a lot of the Californian Geffen staff being, who the fuck is this band and what the fuck are we supposed to do with them? That whole thing, waiting in purgatory for La Sexorcisto to come out, is another story. Alago came by the studio a couple of times, but largely let us get on with it. It was just us and Andy Wallace and his assistant, David Carpenter. Savatage were in the other studio mixing their Streets rock opera album. I don't think the guys from the band were around much. I certainly don't remember having any conversations with them. The producer needed a drum roll on one of the tracks. Their drummer wasn't there, and this being well before the time when you could easily mimic such a thing digitally, they paid Ivan to do it for $50 to do it. As I recall, he was delighted about this. I remember also peeking at their guitar gear, fancy rolling flight cases containing shock-mounted amps and signal processors, rack gear with numerous blinking LEDs. I didn't know much about this stuff yet, but I was definitely dreaming about it. My very fondest wish at that time was for a big, flashy rack full of gear and a fancy heavy metal guitar. The one I recorded the album with was made in Japan and cost $350. And a guitar tech to take care of it all. If you want to read more about the guitar and the other gear used on the album, that's here. And we will get to that eventually. A Japanese guitar for $350 in the late 80s is not uncommon. And it was largely spoken of. A lot of them were spoken of in derogatory terms, let's just say, which would change. The people's attitudes would change a lot in a few years when guitars started being made in other countries like Indonesia, China, Korea, and the level of quality was dropping compared to the incredibly well-crafted and very consistent Japanese guitars that came out in the 1980s. And not to mention the ones in the 70s too. Good Lord. As it was, we each received a few $100s to cover studio costs. I bought strings, picks, a new wah-wah, and a Boss OC2 octave pedal. I had seen Circus of Power using this pedal to great effect. And I paid a few weeks' rent. Weeks rent on my boarding room house in Brooklyn. Brooklyn, people. Brooklyn. With the rest of the money. I couldn't work during the making of the album, so I was completely broke the entire time. Eating one meal a day, if that. I drank a lot of coffee, which helped with the hunger. There was a bakery product called Well-Bred Loaf Blondie, which New Yorkers may remember, that I lived on exclusively some days. Nobody told me I could rent nice gear or anything like that. The tubes in my Marshall head, which were the same ones that came with the head when I bought it new, and had been in it for every show I'd played with the band, flamed out during the making of the album. I literally did not know that tubes wear out. I don't think any of us did. When I got the amp back, it sounded quite different. Here's a question I get asked all the time. Was there a specific moment when you said to yourself, I've made it? I do have an answer for that, but it's not what people expect. New York City is a hard place. It's not nice to be poor. But it's especially difficult in a city that's filled with rich people and locked doors. In NYC, except for the parks and the sidewalks and wherever it is that you sleep, there's no space where you can actually be unless you have a key or power or you're spending money. I couldn't afford to eat in restaurants except for, of course, slices of pizza and sometimes the very cheap Ukrainian diners on the Lower East Side. Another thing people who lived in New York at that time might remember is the Leshko's breakfast special. See, if I had a time machine, I would not do anything profound with it. I would waste it on stuff like that. I would just go back to 1992 New York and find Leshko's and get the breakfast, just so I would know. I couldn't afford to see bands, although the Limelight was free on, I think, Tuesday nights, and we could get into some of the metal clubs for free. We could always get into the Cat Club, which is where the poodle-haired glam metal bands played. I saw, as a result, a huge number of those bands. I was, for the most part, excluded from doing anything else. I went to Tower Records to read magazines. I used to go to the library a lot to kill time. There wasn't really anything to do besides practice guitar all day, which I did frequently. Back to the question. New York is made of buildings, and when you're used to being down on the street, shut out, it is a very powerful thing psychologically to be able to get up off the street and into one of those buildings. I remember first being in an office, signing the Geffen contract, thinking the whole time about having walked in through the lobby as a client, not through the back as a bike messenger or a servant. Then at the studio, one whole wall of the room where I cut guitar overdubs was glass. I can't remember what floor the place was on, but it was up there. And there was a deck. And we could go up onto the roof, which I did every chance I got to look out over the city.
And a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves.
Now, some initial notes on White Zombie, the film. I took these down while watching it with commentary. So you should know that if you personally own the DVD disc from 1999, released by the Rowan Group, Archival Entertainment, featuring commentary by Don Rhodes, author of White Zombie, Anatomy of a Horror Film. If you've got that that DVD commentary memorized, then this will be a bit redundant for you. I'll break it up into parts here, but the first chunk, I took down some notes based on what he was saying. This was released in the summer of 1932. They made this film in 11 days with $50,000, and Bela Lugosi got less than $1,000 to play the zombie master in it. It says on the back, it is one of the most visually interesting horror films ever made. White Zombie has been slightly slighted by videotapes made from scratched, faded 16mm prints. Two 35mm prints were used for this DVD, making as clean and crisp a White Zombie as you'll ever see. Keeping dialogue to a minimum, he says they wisely let cameraman Arthur Manelli cut loose on this odd fairy tale, avoiding the stagey, static feel that pervades most early talkies, which I would say includes Dracula. This was supposedly the first zombie film ever made. This came a year after Universal's initial horror boom that they really didn't know how long was going to last. They legitimately wondered if horror would continue to even be popular after the success of Dracula and Frankenstein. They were, I guess, a little cagey about betting on that, but of course they did, and they continued with other properties that have endured. But White Zombie, unlike Dracula and Frankenstein, is an original story in that it is not based on any literary source material. The director, Victor Hugo Halperin, had been making films since the late 19-teens at that point and was known professionally in the industry very well, but not by the public. The introduction of the movie is very similar to Dracula, with the entrance of a carriage of U.S. citizens into a foreign land. This is echoing anti-immigration sentiment of American citizens at the time. There was a 1929 nonfiction book called The Magic Island, discussing various elements of the things that happen in the movie, like burials of dead bodies in the middle of roads for certain purposes that I don't quite understand. Various practices, rituals, and things. Bela Lugosi shows up early on in the film, but not in his whole person right away. He shows up with these floating eyes, these disembodied glowing eyes. And soon after that, a few seconds later, he shows up in full physical form. He steals the scarf of the female lead, which evidently is a Faustian reference. Fetch her kerchief. And there are other Faust metaphors throughout and references to Mephistopheles. There's also a reference to the 1920 film Destiny by Fritz Lang that also that has a meeting between a young couple of lovers and death. In this case, Lugosi is that sort of a figure. Films of this era in black and white have this. It's in black and white in more ways than one. Just the standard, not just because it's filmed in black and white, because that's all they had. The male lead in this movie is dressed all in white and is totally impotent and unintimidating. There's an older supporting character played by Butler Brandon Hurst, who was in the 1929 Hunchback of Notre Dame, the man who laughs and murders in the Rue Morgue with Bela Lugosi. There's a stronger sort of anti-hero character in it that is not the main male romantic lead. Character named Beaumont, played by Robert Frazier. He was in Rob Roy and Robin Hood in the 19-teens, but at this point in his career was relegated to an indie film like White Zombie. The U.S. sentiment at this time was very anti-Haiti, which is where the story takes place. Eventually, that sort of morphs into anti-United States intervention into Haiti's, doings. That started also in the 19-teens because of a big mess, a great big old mess that had ensued because of the U.S. occupation in Haiti. So that occupation began July 28, 1915. This now is just notes from Wikipedia, not from the DVD commentary. 330 U.S. Marines landed at Port-au-Prince after the National City Bank of New York convinced the president, Woodrow Wilson, to take control of Haiti's political and financial interests. That invasion took place after years of socioeconomic instability within Haiti that culminated with the lynching of their president by a mob, angered by his decision to execute political prisoners. The invasion and occupation was promoted by growing American business interests in Haiti, especially the New York City Bank we mentioned a minute ago, and they had withheld funds from Haiti and paid rebels to destabilize the nation through the Bank of the Republic of Haiti, with an aim at inducing this American intervention. Haiti ends up getting like 3 different presidents during this occupation, with the U.S. Ruling through martial law at this time, led by Marines and how do you say that word? Gendarmerie. I'm sorry, I suck. There were 2 major rebellions against the occupation. This ended up in thousands of Haitians being killed, a lot of human rights violations, including torture and summary executions by Marines and the Gendarmerie of Haiti. There was forced labor for infrastructure projects, resulting in hundreds of thousands of deaths, and most Haitians would continue to live in poverty while American personnel were well compensated. This ended the constitutional ban on foreign ownership of land, which had existed since the foundation of Haiti. The whole occupation went from 1915 to 1934 after FDR reaffirmed an August 1933 disengagement agreement. The last contingent of Marines disappeared from Haiti in August of 34 after a formal transfer of authority. Now, we weren't the first or only other country to be fooling around with Haiti's business either. The French have some history there. The Germans have some history there. And but the American occupation led to a lot more, I think, in the continuing 20th century and maybe a bit of the 21st, I think. I don't know where we're at with them right now today, because I could say where we were, and then it would probably change by the time you hear this, for all I know. But there are plenty of YouTube history content creators that would be willing to educate you, I'm sure. If not, your local librarian, which I should probably consult my local librarian or a YouTube creator to find out how to pronounce that word. Is it gendarme? Was that what that means? Yeah. Call in now. Tell me how to pronounce that word. 10th caller wins free tickets to Golden Earring.
Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good.
Okay, back now to Sean and her autobiography and her origin story. She talks about how she was raised by, bohemian intellectual parents in Raleigh, North Carolina. Family. They saw lots of touring Broadway shows, dance troupes. They got to listen to psychedelic music, and they started, getting their kids involved in performing in music at young ages. Get her book, please. Read the whole story. I don't want to go deep in. I'll never get done with this episode if I go into all this stuff about her childhood and school. Ballet was a big deal for her when she was young, and she eventually leaves it in favor of visual arts when she gets older. The transformative moment there in her destiny is in this paragraph here, where she says, "Ballet is tormenting even for the best. You are constantly aching, pushing yourself, taping up bloody toes from point shoes. I spent 2 years surrounded by other perfectionists." And I'm reading this because I think this is very important as far as what happens after this by contrast, and the kinds of people she's going to be surrounded by and engaging with by contrast. Realizing that most of these little girls were either egomaniacs or masochists. Half of them were anorexic, and the teachers seemed to encourage it. One day, I was grand jetéing, doing split leaps. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Sorry. Split leaps, I mean, not grand jetéing. I said that perfectly. Across the floor in class and landed wrong. As I limped off, my particularly sadistic Russian teacher told me, "Go away, you're of no use to me." The next day, I proudly hopped into her class with a cast up to my knee, feeling quite pleased with the visual statement. This turned out to be my lucky break. And if there's nothing about Shauna Reynolds that you admire yet, I don't know why that would be the case, because you're listening to an episode about white zombies, so that's not the case, obviously. But if I'm talking to an imaginary person who has no respect for white zombie or heavy metal or fun, and definitely no respect for this fantastic woman who's such a great musician and bass player and a visual stylist, and creator of art now and wallpaper and clothing, and just seemingly one of the nicest people in rock and roll. You have to at least give it to her for writing the sentence, "This turned out to be my lucky break," without saying literally, because she doesn't. Bless her. Bless her. I was 16 with a broken foot, and summer session was about to start. Since I was already enrolled and working 2 campus jobs, cleaning cafeteria tables, anyone? To make ends meet, school offered to let me try another department. I opted for visual arts, and my life was changed forever. I quickly found out that visual artists were not perfectionists. They did not stare in a mirror all day, obsessing on their body and weight. They listened to crazy music I had never heard before, like the Sex Pistols and the Dead Kennedys. And these people were freaks. And I finally felt at home. I not only fit in, I excelled. And I realized I had to drop the perfectionist attitude if I was ever going to be truly happy. I made great friends with people that pulled crazy pranks. Took me to my first show with a fake ID. Joan Jett, who apparently made quite an impact on me, shopped in thrift stores, hung out in graveyards, and got kicked out of malls. And the classes weren't bad either. I was offered a scholarship to stay in the art department for my senior year of high school. I made straight A's and won some awards for my photography, all of which led to a scholarship to the Parsons School of Design in New York City. Going to New York had always been the plan. When I was in ballet, the final goal was to end up in New York City at Balanchine's or Balanchine's, I don't know, New York City Ballet. There was nowhere else. Now, I still had New York in my sights, but for different reasons. Warhol, the Ramones, the Cramps, CBGBs, Joan Jett. I actually got to meet her band after the gig in North Carolina, and they told me they lived somewhere called the East Village, which sounded cool. And while I was there going there for art school, I also knew I had to get a band going. My best friend Tracy had seen the movie Times Square, and we were pretty obsessed with squatting in an empty space and buying some cheap guitars, or maybe living in the Chelsea Hotel like Sid Vicious or Edie Sedgwick on our $200 a month budget, if the management would let us. This was the early 80s. And we were 18 going on 12, incredibly naive. Needless to say, the Chelsea turned us away. But we did find a ridiculously cheap apartment on Delancey and Clinton, way before people were trying to move that far down into the Lower East Side. We also bought some cheap-ass guitars. Mine was a Tisco, $75 from St. Mark's Guitars. It had lots of knobs, switches, yes they did, and a whammy bar, which I knew was essential to get the cool, spooky sounds I love so much in the Cramps music. God, I have opened up some guts on some Tasco Del Reys in my time and some Tasco other models, and boy, oh boy. Oh, man, they always had short necks and tiny little bodies and big old plastic pickguard coverings with tons of little switches and things. You know, you open them up and there's all this ancient original wiring. It's not complicated, really. Like, you don't really always know what half those things do, but fun time for guitar making. The surf era, for sure. Not the early 80s, obviously, but when those were cheap, when the surf guitars got cheap in the early 80s, like a lot of other guitars, and we'll get to that with Jay Yuenger's story. She says, these days it's not so unusual for a band to have a female musician, but when I started playing the guitar and bass, I only had 2 female role models to look up to. Both guitarists, Joan Jett, here we go, and Ivy Rorschach from the Cramps. Fuck yeah. The fuck yeah is mine. I got very excited. The Cramps are fucking great. A lot of my role models in life have been guys. And this didn't change with music. Besides Joan and Ivy, my other hero was Angus Young from AC/DC. I based my stage presence on him, with nonstop headbanging and running around. I also love Motorhead. And as soon as I could trade up my first White Zombie bass to a Rickenbacker like Lemmy's, I did. I also listened constantly to The Birthday Party and the Butthole Surfers, and modeled driving tribal bass lines off of these bands. Butthole Surfers, if you don't know who they are, all I can say is look them up and get ready for a ride. If you've heard of them, you might have, been listening to the radio in the mid-'90s and heard the song, the Pepper. I don't mind the sun sometimes, images it show. They had a good, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 years before that of just obnoxiously confrontational noise psychedelic music that just destroyed people's brains before they got a little catchier on the radio for like 1.5 songs. And there's a great installment of One Hit Wonderland on YouTube for Pepper by the Butthole Surfers, where the guy that runs the channel does a nice retrospective on their career. Highly recommended if you don't know the Butthole Surfers or you don't quite think you know very much about them. That's a nice introduction, because it's not a derogatory, like, oh, look at these dumb one-hit wonders kind of a thing. The dude's very respectful, and he does a lot of good research. And man, I got a lot of stuff about the Butthole Surfers I want to read on the podcast, but I haven't figured out how to tie that into a movie yet. I'm sure they were in like 7 indie films in the 80s and 90s that I'm not aware of, that I have to go look up. But I'm not an expert on them either. I'm just kind of fascinated. Let's see. My biggest musical influence, I'd have to say, was Black Sabbath, which I naturally attribute to my kindergarten training in the blues. When we started White Zombie, it was 1985, and I was still studying photography and design at Parsons. Rob Cummings and I met at school. Funny fact, by the way, Cummings is also, I believe, Johnny Ramone's original last name, John Cummings. I say I believe because I've read it 10,000 times and I don't trust myself anymore. I've read 5 books about the Ramones and 5 books about Black Sabbath, and if you give me 5 more about each band, I will fucking read them, please. Send them my way. But I have done so much research for this show and gone back to find things that I remembered reading to like prove a story that I have in my head, and found out that I was wrong, or I had misattributed some quote. A quote that I thought was like Monkey from Korn was actually Tim Comerford from Rage Against the Machine in a magazine that I read 25 years ago, and I was distraught for days, racked with guilt over my own lack of expertise. Just disgusting. Anyways, but I'm pretty sure Johnny Ramone's original last name is Cummings. More on the Ramones in my ever upcoming, since the first day I started the podcast, episode about Rock and Roll High School someday. I keep meaning to do it. It's going to be, but then I kept meaning to do a White Zombie as well. So maybe this will give me the confidence once I get over the hump here to finally tackle the Ramones. Fuck. She says that she met Rob at school and they had seen each other at CBGB's hardcore matinees, which I believe was like it was like a weekday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday kind of a thing in the afternoon, either cheap or free hardcore, like a ton of hardcore bands playing. I think the old story with SOD and Cliff Burton was at a hardcore matinee, if I'm not mistaken. Like Billy Milano, eventually of Stormtroopers of Death, became friends with Scotty Ian of Anthrax because he was hanging out with Cliff Burton from Metallica at CBGB. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. If it wasn't a hardcore matinee specifically, I apologize. But they were hanging out at a hardcore show at CB's, and Cliff and Scott had long hair, and no one else was supposed to have, no one else there did, and you're not supposed to, apparently, at the time. At CB's, and it was not a very it wasn't a very enlightened time back in 1983, 84. I guess it was probably 84 because it would have had to have been before Stormtroopers of Death made their first album, which was 85. So let's say it's 84. Let's just say, and Billy Milano comes up to these 2 long-haired guys and goes, "You guys got to get the fuck out of here pretty quick. Like you're gonna get stabbed. Like all these skinheads over here are just talking up." They're talking up all their buddies in the room about killing you motherfuckers for coming in here being posers and hippies and stuff. But Billy supposedly, brokered a peace deal with the guys that wanted to murder 2 of the greatest artists in thrash metal history. Thank goodness. And it led to a friendship that eventually fell apart in the early 2000s. Oh man, am I getting distracted? Yes, I am. But what can I say? It's that Douglas Adams fundamental interconnectedness of all things that draws me into these sort of side stories. She says, we were both into hardcore bands like Black Flag and Void, but we could tell by looking at each other that we both had more macabre interests. We both had dyed black hair. He had the Misfit skull stenciled in the back of his leather jacket, and I had a bizarre, self-fashioned voodoo necklace on, complete with bird bones I had found on train tracks in North Carolina. His love of horror was more Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Day of the Dead. Mine was more Frankenstein and graveyards. We hit it off right away and started dating. If you can call moving in with each other the first day you met and spending every minute of the next 7 years together dating. Now, back to the Pulse magazine from 1995. The next segment of the feature on White Zombie talks about Rob Zombie's home, I guess. Shelves line the walls packed with cartoon figurines, those highly collectible ghosts of childhood past and present. It's like an Ultraman convention. There proliferates so many variations on the immortal Japanese hero. There are Ultraman keychains, an Ultraman tabletop action figure, an Ultraman salt and pepper set. The largest Ultraman present, ceiling high, guards the room's one window. A coin slot near his loins suggests a previous tour of duty as a gumball dispenser. 3 blinking, bleeping pinball machines command one whole wall. The shiny Star Trek one, that awkward contemporary hybrid of chrome balls and computer graphics, makes the nearby Centipede video arcade relic look like a hat rack, poised as it is by the front door. Wow, that's a sentence that didn't need to be written that way. Oh, God, someone's just like sniffing their own farts here. This is not the set of a White Zombie video shoot. This is Rob Zombie's living room. Yeah, but the point of the White Zombie video shoot was they were trying to replicate the place that they hang out in. The house is, so this should not be a surprise. The house is nestled, as they say, as is nestled as they say, on a residential street in the lower tier of the Hollywood Hills, a few miles from Walt Disney, Warner Brothers, and Hanna-Barbera, whose animated productions pervaded Rob's Massachusetts childhood and today keep his real estate at a premium. The house is humble, not what one might expect from the leader of a band whose last album is on the double platinum verge. A few days have passed since the More Human Than Human video shoot. In less than a month, Astro Creep 2000 will ship 500,000 copies. Somewhere in an adjacent zip code, David Geffen is eating well. But yeah, but not because of White Zombie, you dumb fuck. There's a story there about David Geffen's whole career, and it doesn't really, the establishment of his good meals doesn't involve White Zombie. This is not the set, I already read that. A layer of memorabilia fully obscures all the interior walls of the house. Platinum and gold records for La Sexorcisto. 1 million and 1.5 million sold, respectively. Thanks for the respectively. We get it. Gold and platinum are different numbers. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, rock journalists, you're so awful. I hate you so much. And this guy's good. Like, this feature, this article is good compared to most shit that I wade through on this fucking show. If you want to know what I don't complain about, you can go back to the Valentine's Day episode of this year. Valentine's Day love letter to badass rock journalists and counterculture writers. Photographs. Let's see. There's posters, magazine covers, and photographs around, especially ones featuring Glenn Danzig and Rob a few months earlier. Elsewhere, there hang photos of what seems to be the entire cast of the Batman TV show, each separately signed. Most are inscribed to Rob and framed. That's badass. I always consider myself like super fan, says Rob, who is frequently greeted by zombie fans on his ventures to comic book conventions and other events appealing to acquisitive connoisseurs of pop culture. Probably doesn't do that so much anymore. Coasting in docent mode down his stairwell. I don't know what docent means. He mentioned seeing Martin Landau recently at a newsstand and hurriedly searching for a magazine with an Ed Wood article for the actor to sign. I get so starstruck, he says, as he enters the basement, which reveals a greater assortment of kid stuff bought on an adult budget. A wealth of videos, including a bunch of Kiss bootlegs, a portion of Rob's comic book collection. Most of them are back at my mom's. Monster masks, movie posters. Against one wall sits Rob's drawing board, above which hangs an isometric, three-dimensional computer printout of the bare-bones stage set for the upcoming tour. I can't believe you're showing him this mess, a female voice calls from upstairs. It's so stuffy down there. For a second, you'd think it's Rob's mom admonishing us to get back to our homework, but it's his girlfriend. Yeah, hear that in Baby's voice from Devil's Rejects or House of a Thousand Corpses. Fuck you. Tutti fucking fruity. That sounds good. Harder. She ain't gonna break. After one more game of Centipede, she's off for a facial. That, for young people that grew up in the era of RedTube and X videos and xhamster.com, facial isn't what you're thinking it is. It is a skin treatment, young people. Rob, not that kind of skin. Okay, anyways. Rob presents a penciled roughs of White Zombie comic books proposed by Marvel Comics. Another sign of childhood obsession turned adult profession. Marvel's chosen illustrator must not know much about the band. Sure, the drummer drawn here is from 2 lineups back. So that means it's Ivan. Because at this present moment, this is the John Tempesta era after the Phil something. Beer's just, I don't want to mangle his last name. I don't know how to pronounce it. Cool last name. Cool looking last name. Probably sounds cool if you could pronounce it. Like, you're not a dumbass like me. But what best exposes the illustrator's ignorance of things zombie is how straightforward the art is. The Marvel drafts aren't quite Superman photorealistic, but there's none of the camp horror show that coats White Zombie CDs, t-shirts, and assorted paraphernalia, all drawn by Rob. Musicians from Joni Mitchell to Tony Bennett have painted, and acts from Frank Zappa to Kiss have relied on specific visual manifestations of their music. But few could claim the kind of essential and, most importantly, self-produced visual, musical affinity that Rob has achieved with White Zombie. The band's growing legion of fans thrill to the garish, horny cartoon images that coalesce into a splendiferous, toxic green visual aura around each White Zombie single, album, and tour. And all of that is Rob's creation, not the work of some record company art department employee. All that, I think, is great. I think it's very nice for someone to make that case and say, look, he does a lot of really creative stuff, artistic stuff, and if he or the band wants to farm it out, they can, but they didn't farm it out. They're in control. Marvel Comics is doing this limp dick, lackluster bid for their attention and their partnership, and it's not going to work because they're not fucking sellouts. I love that. I love the implication of all of that. The whining during the monotonous More Human video shoot this past weekend, just about everyone present disparaged at one time or another the hand that feeds the zombie, MTV. The 4 members of White Zombie are all in their late 20s. They're all of that last high school class or so that can remember a time when a band could hit the top 10 before everyone in the USA knew what the lead singer looked like. But the fact remains, no band playing songs for the masses these days is as all-consumingly visual as White Zombie. Rob puts aside the rejected Marvel portfolio and shrugs. Danzig recently started his own comic book company, Ferrotic. Perhaps White Zombie must follow suit. Yeah, well, Rob did, eventually. Spook Show International, I think, was his series. I bought a ton of those when they came out. Great stuff. I still have the House of a Thousand Corpses t-shirt that I ordered out of that book. Sadly, 2 sizes too small for my fat old ass now, but it had Sherry Moon Zombie on the cover in a sort of a mud flap girl pose, if you know what I mean. Side profile, wearing short shorts and a cowboy hat and a little top, saying, "We like to get fucked up and do fucked up shit." You know what I mean? Great stuff. The comic book was a lot of fun. It was sort of like after House of a Thousand Corpses and before Haunted World of El Superbeasto came out, which was a disappointment in a lot of ways, but is also cool in some ways. Animated features, you can't skimp on the budget, on the visuals. You can't skimp on the animation. Not during that time. When you're, let me make this clear. I don't want to sound like the wrong kind of asshole. I'm going to sound like an asshole, but not the kind that I might have just indicated. In that era of the early 2000s, if you did not do a very stylized kind of animation like your Aqua Teen Hunger Forces or other Adult Swim style, like very primitive but effective in a comedic way, and you go for more of an old school animated style, more Hanna-Barbera of the 60s, but for adults, but you don't spend the money on like a smooth kind of animation. And I don't know, man, I'm a bit of a cartoon nerd from when I was a kid and thought I was going to be a cartoonist. So that's another reason why White Zombie always appealed to me. There's a lot going on in that straight to video show that should have been better, but also Rob Zombie's writing is not great when he does a ton of projects like that, in my opinion. Like, there's a reason why Devil's Rejects was great and Three from Hell isn't. There's a reason why House of a Thousand Corpses is so amazing, because it was made by a guy who probably figured he was never going to get this much budget and time to do all the visual things he always wanted to do in a movie. And he knocked it out of the park. It's a very weird, off-putting, hard to keep up with movie for most of us that saw it at the time, even if, like me, you were the biggest fan in the universe. And El Superbeasto just doesn't have enough to going for it writing-wise and character-wise to, I don't know, man. All the horny, weird stuff. It's not cute or fun or sexy. It's a lot of, for me, and I'm not alone. A lot of it is off-putting. Like, it's not. The parody elements of it don't work that well. The sexy elements of it aren't that sexy. It could have been fun if it was a lot of short. If it was a ton of shorts. Maybe they had a thread going through it, or maybe it had like one overarching story. Maybe you had like a beginning, middle, and end segment, and in between those three, you had a couple of different shorts of wacky stuff. That could have been cool. Mostly, it kind of felt like, oh, it's cool that they're paying Brian Posehn to do a voice. Oh, it's cool they're paying like Chris Hardwick and his buddy were doing some songs in it. It's cool that Rob and Sherry are, or Sherry's getting paid to do the voice of a character, and Rob's getting paid to do this whole thing. That should have been really cool. Like, it wasn't crummy enough and weird enough like an old Ralph Bakshi movie to be effective artistically. Like, that Ralph Bakshi stuff's amazing, but it's fucking hard on the eyes, dude. You can admit that, even if you love Ralph Bakshi. And Ralph Bakshi's not a great writer either. Sorry. It's okay. It's okay. He's amazing. He's amazing at so many things. Fucking Cool World it's hard to sit through. Anyways. Back to the narrative. We're getting to a point here. Let's see. Also Verotic, Danzig's company. Ugh. That was another one. Just like, that sounded cool when you heard about it, but then you read the stuff and it's like, well, I'm glad these guys are getting paid. I'm glad. I mean, I was a horny fucking 19-year-old when that shit came out. That was in my best interest to like that stuff. But I like Danzig. I was like, there's not enough characterization or story to really make me want to. And like Simon Bisley, I'll look at anything that guy puts out for sure. If it's a cover or some artwork on a story here or there, but not enough. I apologize if you're if you're just seething right. If you love all that stuff, I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying you shouldn't love it. I wish I did. That's me. I'm jealous of you. If you loved it, I'm jealous because I'm too cranky and critical. But it talks about let's see. Rob says there does come a point where it's not so much fun because it's turned into so much work. My phone rings all day, and it's always something from lighting rigs to what kind of buses to the T-shirts that aren't going to be done on time for the tour. We got to get the CDs out for Australian remixes. It's like that all day long, but how else is it going to get done? I'm just going to tell somebody else here, you do it? If other people start handling everything, it would just be like any old band. White Zombie's motto isn't so much do it yourself as don't let anybody else do it. The video for More Human is a case in point. Maybe by doing our videos ourselves, they aren't as slick as other bands, but I don't care because it's more real. We write the songs, make the record, make the video, and it's all one big deal. Whereas to hire the hot video guy of the month to make some big slick thing seems so like... I've been watching MTV and this Matt Mahoran, I mean, his videos are awesome. Tracy Chapman's Fast Car and Metallica's Enter Sandman among them. But you could just interchange the bands because to me, each video doesn't seem particularly special to that band's personality. I pretty much co-directed the early videos, says Rob, who wasn't credited for doing so. But after a while, with Geffen, I realized that if you don't stand up and go, hey, me, everyone just ignores you. I hate getting written off as, oh, that's just a band. That's all they know how to do. It's a constant battle against that. But when this band was getting started in New York in like 85, where everything was like Sonic Youth, Pussy Galore, all these bands, and it was very much like an art project. Everyone was involved in every little aspect of everything. It wasn't just, oh, we'll write songs and see what happens. Rob's thoughts are still on the failed Marvel Comics project, an optimum example of something essentially secondary to the band's music, but which can't be farmed out to freelancers. Rob's art is paramount in White Zombie's appeal. It's a highly original blend of EC, that's, Tales from the Crypt, Vault of Horror, fucking badass shit, genre-defining horror comics imagery, Jamie Tank Girl Hewlett's feral sexual buffoonery, and Ed Big Daddy Roth's suicidal mania. A legion of Rob's syphilitic neon gremlins smile from the back of White Zombie t-shirts at the band's concerts. He may very well be America's foremost illustrator of clowns since John Wayne Gacy. Clowns are everywhere in Rob's work. They talk about the clowns, where he drew them, blah, 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 the Astro Creep CD inserts. Rob worries all this creative insularity may breed contempt in the music industry. As Astro Creep's release date approaches, he's especially concerned that his workaholism might hurt the band, which has few professional friends outside its immediate support system, label, management, production. If our record is a hit, well, not that many people benefit from it, he says. When you look at a Whitney Houston album, there are 27 producers and 12 songwriters. You wonder how can't this be a hit record? It's programmed by like a team of NASA technicians. It's almost genetically engineered to be a hit record. White Zombie is indeed a small family, but as its fortunes grow, the band is attracting a growing network of family friends. I want to pause there and leave off for a while. I think that's what makes it so easy for Rob to walk away when it comes time to do his solo career. Because if you're a metalhead and you remember how horrible it felt to watch Some Kind of Monster, the Metallica documentary, created by two guys that had done, they had done the Paradise Lost and the subsequent sequels, documentaries about the murders in Robin Hood Hills and the West Memphis 3. They were already good at just making documentaries about things that make you feel despair. Bringing you into a world you could never imagine being a part of and seeing horribly absurd things taking place that affect other people in terrible, terrible ways. And they did it with Metallica. And there's that scene where Metallica records a ton of radio promos for Clear Channel stations only for some contest they don't want to do, and they're being really bratty about it, but they're like, well, Clear Channel, the management's like, well, Clear Channel's not going to play your songs ever again. And if Metallica had any balls, he'd be like, so who cares? We got our fans. But they didn't say they don't show you the resolution of that conversation. I swear I'm making a point here that relates to Rob Zombie. Just stay with me. What else have you got to do, you miserable sorry. Stay with me. They cave in and they do the thing, and the directors treat us to a montage of Metallica pretending they're having fun doing the reads. Like, oh, I don't care. I'll do it badly. That means I'm a rebel still. And they're not. I still love Metallica for various reasons, but they don't need me to love them, obviously. This doesn't fucking matter. But I just want to qualify my bias. I feel like there was a resolution to that conversation between them and the management that wasn't put in the movie. And what I am going to assume or project from my mind onto the real situation is that, look, at that point, well before that point, and well after today, Metallica is a brand. Metallica employs a lot of people. And Metallica got to that level not by all doing things their own way like White Zombie at this point had done. Metallica didn't do their own artwork and release their own albums from 85 to 1990 and then get picked up by a major label. They weren't in control of everything that they did. They did their music. They argued with producers. Yes, they argued with their management and their label, I'm sure. But they weren't as involved as White Zombie was in every little decision. They weren't in control of their image as much as White Zombie was from album to album. Not saying someone told Metallica what their image was going to be. I'm saying they hired people to help take care of the artwork, to take care of the merch, smartly. It's not the same for every band. I think they've been really good about that, Metallica, and I admire their decision making in that respect. So it is more of a question of like, well, look, if you guys really don't want to do this thing, if you want us as a management company to go, and your agents and your employees of the management company that keeps you going, and you want us to go back to Clear Channel and say they're not doing it, I'm sure the management guys were like, fine. We'll do it, but here's why we don't want to. Here's whose bottom line it affects. And when you make that much money for a record label, because they were still on, Elektra, I don't think they hadn't got their masters back yet to re-release on their own. It was well before that, probably 10, 15 years, I assume. If the label's putting pressure on you and management's putting pressure on you to play nice with Clear Channel doesn't need Metallica, but Metallica doesn't know that, I don't think. Metallica doesn't need Clear Channel, but I don't think Metallica understands that when they've got their management doing their thing. And that they need to keep those profits coming in to fund other things connected to the management, the label. You need to keep other artists afloat. Labels such as they are these days, I don't even know what they are these days, but they're like movie studios and other huge capitalistic endeavors that crank out creative product. They need something to make tons of money so they can lose money on other things. And Metallica's part of that. And they caved in, they did it, right? They can't just walk away from those things. They openly admit they start projects that aren't going to make any money. They lose money, like the Through the Never movie, which after a long time not paying attention to Metallica, that kind of brought me back to liking them. The concert footage of that was pretty cool. Although I hate their fucking Wild West stunt show, Universal Studios bullshit when they had this fake disaster happen in the middle of it that they did on the Load tour. That's another conversation. But it's too fucking showbiz prop fake bullshit for me. I say as a White Zombie fan, for some reason when White Zombie does it, if Rob Zombie does it, it feels real. It feels a lot more earnest and a lot more honest. So because White Zombie, alluding to what Rob was saying, like, look, if this makes a lot of money, we're not making a lot of money for anybody else. What he's trying to get across there in business in general, not just entertainment, is like, if you don't have other people that can reach the next level of their career when you're successful, they're not going to bat for you. No one, it's like, there's what are you, if you make a lot of money for yourself, and then just the label, like writ large, Geffen makes money, but no one at Geffen really has the opportunity to like raise their hand and go, hey, I signed them and I nurtured them when they were nobody. Everyone at Geffen knows, like, White Zombie's done things their own way this whole time, and we didn't, we didn't do much for them in the studio. We didn't do much for them when it came to promotion. They directed their own videos. So who cares? I mean, bottom line, yeah, money's coming in for Geffen, but it's not advancing my career at all. So there's no one at the company that's going to fight for you the next time around when you need something, I think is what he's alluding to. And I think that's why it's so easy for Rob to leave a situation where he's not happy collaborating with the other band members in White Zombie. And he can get things done faster, easier, make more money, and keep the money that he makes to himself as he gets older and wants to do things his way a lot more often, and gets rewarded for it by going solo. I don't blame him for any of that, because if you got writing credits on a White Zombie record, maybe after 1991, you're okay. If you managed your money all right and you went to do some other things, I don't think he screwed anybody over personally. I don't think his attitude is the most admirable either. And if I think the people that really talk about what a great guy he is and how level-headed and smart and nice he is were people that were working with him when he was in a much better place professionally after White Zombie, when he was doing things he wanted to do. He was getting his creativity going and making movies as well as making records. I think those are the folks that see him as a really great guy. If you were in a band with him for 7 to 10 years, nobody thinks you're a great guy. I'll tell you that. If you've ever been in a band with anyone for 7 to 10 years, they're not your favorite people. The things you do together could very well be your favorite things that you do, but they're not. You spend too much time together, especially when you're broke and it sucks and you're just sleeping on floors. I wouldn't want anyone to judge me by the attitude I had at some of those times, but I digress. I say all that not to talk about myself or my opinions too much, as to bring it around to, this is how I look at the folks that we're talking about. This is how I want to remind myself, and maybe you as well, how to think about these people as real people. And, anyone that's been in any business for decades, I mean, anyone that's been in an accounting firm with someone for 20 years can tell you some real awful shit about those people, let alone someone that was in a band with someone for 7 to 10 years, let alone someone that was, working on the crew, or who knows? I mean, I'll stop. Yeah. How about that? I just stop. Let's just do that. I'll just stop. If this is a normal podcast, I would cut to an ad right now. But I don't have any ads. And I want to say thanks to you for being here. I want to say I'm a voracious consumer of podcast media. And even the stuff that I get into that has, great content and stuff that I don't have time to research for myself, and I trust the people making it to educate me and entertain me, there's still a format. Even if they're not like corny, they're not mainstream, normal entertainment, they still have a format that they have segments. They have an introduction that's casual, and they talk to their co-host, and then they go, oh, what was good for you this week? Oh, well, I did this week. I played a new video game. And then, oh, what's your fun thing for the week? Oh, well, I was watching a movie with my girlfriend, and we fell asleep, and we took some edibles, and we woke up, and then, and the dog was wearing a dress. Ho, ho, ho. It was so funny. I don't know, whatever. And then they go into their like Patreon sponsors. And they go, oh, let's mention some new Patreon fans. And then they talk through people's wacky names, and they thank them for contributing. And then they go into the main thing, And a lot of the stuff that I've been listening to, there's a main co-host, there's a main host that does the all the research and prepares. And then there's the color commentator that just reacts. And what this does is, even though it's not boring, dumb, mainstream entertainment, it is formatted. And it does build an expectation in you as the listener to expect certain sort of little doses of dopamine. Oh, it's this segment. Oh, it's this part. And then there's the part where the main host says, "Oh, I got something for you." "Oh, what is it?" And says the co-host, and then they talk about the week's developments in the thing they're talking about, whether it's historical or whether it's current affairs. And the reaction from the color commentator co-host is always like, "Oh, I can't even with this. Oh, reaction, big emotional reaction. What the fuck are we even doing? How dare they say that?" Things that build a format and a call and response. It's very musical and dynamic in a way. It's smart, all while presenting it as something that's not normal, not standard. And it's fast becoming the standard, and it's fast becoming this thing where they get you hooked on the real normal shows, but then they have Patreon, and they start bringing these fringe elements and creative stuff into the main feed that's not what you signed up for. And they kind of go, "Hey, if you want more of what you actually signed up for, go to the Patreon." Well, couple things. I'm bringing this up for a reason. Number one, thank you. Thank you for listening to the main feed, for listening to something that is not formatted, that is very haphazard, even though I do a lot of prep and I'm working alone and I'm doing the music and I'm doing the editing. You are just open, and you are very receptive and open-minded to someone just like throwing in music interstitials that are just living room demos of a guitar idea he had and had to record before he forgot it in 30 seconds for the most part. And someone who's just coming at you with no format. I'm basically, what I've been leading up to is, thank you so much for being open enough to be along for the ride for whatever episode to episode format you get when you click on one of these things. It's not easy to hang in there when you don't know what's coming. And it's not easy to hang in there when you don't have a structure. I do not take that for granted. And I'm very, very grateful. If you want something slightly more structured, and way more structured, but in smaller bits, there is a Patreon feed. It's in the description. It is more history of rock and roll from a ton of different books and me reading from them and commenting on certain elements of history. You can check it out, and I think you can browse through it without paying for anything. It's only like a few bucks a month for 4 extra hours of content. It's not structured with the movies and the artists like I do these. It's not as long form. It's a lot more like, let's do 45 minutes about the Beatles, then let's do 30 minutes about the history of the 45 RPM record and its creation. Then we'll do 30 minutes about the birth of MTV. And then we'll do an excerpt of a Spin magazine article about, some reader's poll from 1993. It's that kind of a thing. It's there if you want it. I would love it if you would check it out. There's a ton of episodes. You could just sign up for a month, download all the MP3s, and fuck off and shut down your account. Come back in a year, do it again. We'll see how long I do it. But thank you is my point. Thank you. I listen to a show called Hardcore History by Dan Carlin. It's like 6 hours an episode on like the minutia of Genghis Khan's army and the sandals they fucking wore and the bows and arrows that they used and the kind of maps that they were looking at the time. It puts me to sleep every 45 minutes, but I keep coming back. I don't listen to the whole 6 hour episode at once. The guy's amazing. He's fantastic. If I'm doing anything here, it's a bit of a rock and roll kind of hardcore history, but way more mixed with a Dana Gould hour approach, I think, except for I don't have guests to interview. That's the other thing. You're here and there's no guests. Thank you for listening to my fucking voice this whole time. Let's move on.
Show starts in 8 minutes.
Let us talk about the star of White Zombie, Mr. Bela Lugosi. He was born in Hungary in 1882. I don't know why I said it like that. His name in Hungarian, I believe, is it's a situation where it's not the Western version where what we call your first name goes first and your family name goes last. So, like similar to other, I think Japanese names are this way as well. Probably lots of other Eastern European countries. His personal name, as noted in native form, would be Blasco Bela Fenerick Dezo, or Dezo. And I don't know. I know I'm mangling it. It's Dezo. In the Western name order, it would be Bela Fenerick Dezo Blasco. Rob Zombie fans might recognize that name, or Ozzy Osbourne fans, or I think Black Label Society fans might remember the name Blasco from a certain bass player, who I assume took his stage name from Bela Lugosi. I don't know, but he had a really, really, really interesting life. He was an actor from the time he was really young. He started acting on stage in Hungary in 1902. So that's only 20 years old. Okay, not really young. I was doing bad math in my head, I admit. I thought I was thinking a little younger than that. He did 172 productions in Hungary, and then he did silent films in Hungary. Started doing that around 1917. Well, 1919, 2 years later, real bad times for people in Hungary in general, but especially if you were an activist like Bela was, and you were very active in the Hungarian Actors Union. Because you see, if you're a union organizer, you're a communist socialist scum pig that needs to die, and he had to flee the country. There was a whole thing going on called the Red Terror, followed by the White Terror in Hungary, and I cannot do justice to the whole historical background. I will have to simplify some of it, but after World War I, things in various parts of Europe and Eastern Europe were really brutal and really desperate in a lot of different ways. There's lots of rebuilding. There's lots of fighting over borders and reassigning borders in these small countries to try to get pieces of land back, and small governments and uprisings coming in, making promises about how to restore things to their former, I won't say glory, but like decency maybe, or a functionality. It is very complex. It's not like a contained revolution where people rise up and then they change the government, and then things and then the history books just sort of move on. Before this time, Bela had actually served in World War I in the Austro-Hungarian army. Later, he became captain of ski patrol. I don't know if that is military in nature or or community sort of activities in nature, organized recreation in nature, but he hurts his back really bad during this stuff. That's a very young time to hurt your back, and that is going to incite his ongoing dependence on, painkillers, opiates, whatever he can get as he gets older, and the pain gets worse. I think one of the worst things to happen to American culture in the 90s and 2000s was all the extreme sports. I had a friend, around college time that really messed up his back as far as having a lot of pain, not as far as like structurally, like it didn't directly influence his ability to move or walk or do things, but he was snowboarding, wrenched his back, hit it, landed on it wrong after trying some stunt, and then, prescription pain medication from there on out, and he abused it. And that's how that happens to lots of people. It's not worth it to go out there. I mean, if you're an adrenaline junkie and you're chasing the thrills, there's nothing most people can do to dissuade you. That's just how it goes. But I'm glad, I don't know. Is it worse for people normalizing that or normalizing being on the computer all the time and getting obsessed and joining weird little conspiracy clans and hate groups? Yeah, the second one's probably worse. It's probably better when young people were going out and jumping off of things on their rollerblades or bikes or snowboards, I suppose. Jackass. Look at what happened to all the Jackass guys, though. That sucks. All of them have got some real serious damage one way or another. But I just say all that to sort of tie my modern recollections into this young man in the early 20th century, what he was saddled with for the rest of his life. So after World War I, like I said, things get real scary and really violent. There is a Hungarian Communist Party that forms around early November 1918 in a hotel. Let's see. There's a group of Hungarian prisoners of war and other communist proponents forming a central committee in Moscow, led by Bela Kun. The inner circle of the freshly established party returned to Budapest from Moscow on the 16th of November. So that's about 12 days. On the 24th, they create the Party of Communists from Hungary. They want basically to signal to the vast majority of their supporters from the urban industrial working class in Hungary, which at the time is made largely of people from non-Hungarian ethnic backgrounds. And Hungarians that are ethnically originating in Hungary, I guess, were a minority within this new party. That name, they chose the name Party of Communist from Hungary instead of Hungarian Communist Party for that reason. By February 1919, just a few months later, they had about 40,000 members. A lot of them were unemployed ex-soldiers, young intellectuals, and ethnic minorities. They started a newspaper. They promised military help and intervention of the Soviet Red Army, which never comes. But they promised that was going to happen to help fight against non-communist Russian, Czechoslovak, French, and Yugoslav forces that are all vying for, I guess, the land or the power over the land or the people in Hungary at the time. So the Communist Party's power base expands really rapidly. Supporters start staging aggressive demonstrations against the media and against the Social Democratic Party. Their newspaper is like this big call to arms. There's lots of slogans and sort of tracts, messages to stomp out, non-communist forces that are trying to undermine the organization of the people and the workers. Similar to what the Russian Communist Party was doing on a larger scale. Kuhn wanted to have strong ties with prominent Russian Bolsheviks, following Lenin's model, but without direct participation of the workers' councils from which they took their name. So the funny thing was the actual top of the government, when they actually established some control and power, it consists of a coalition of socialists and communists, but with the exception of Kuhn, all commissars were former social democrats. Stay with me. I'm not going to lead you through the whole history here, and I'm not going to, try to sign you up for a mailing list or anything for political movements or causes. But this is how shit starts to get weird. They nationalized industrial and commercial enterprises and socialized housing, transport, banking, medicine, cultural institutions, and all land holdings of more than 40 hectares. I'm too dumb to know what that is. It's equal to a square with 100 meters sides. Okay. They try to normalize foreign relations with Triple Entente. That's the Russian Empire, French Third Republic, and United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. They do this in an attempt to gain back some of the lands Hungary was set to lose in post-war negotiations. But the communists were very, very, very unpopular in the Hungarian countryside, where the authority of that government was often non-existent. The Communist Party and their policies had real popular support among only the proletarian masses of large industrial centers, especially in Budapest, where the working class represented a high proportion of the inhabitants. Okay, so you're alienating a lot of people that aren't going to have your back when shit starts to go south. And they're proposing this as well, look at what the Soviets are doing. We're going to be hand in hand with them. But after the proclamation of the Slovak Soviet Republic, the Hungarian nationalists and patriots soon realized the new communist government had no intention of recapturing their lost territory, only in spreading communist ideology and the establishment of other communist states in Europe. I'm reading from Wikipedia on the Hungarian Soviet Republic. Thus sacrificing Hungarian national interests. The Hungarian patriots in the Red Army and professional military officers saw this as a betrayal, and their government support began to erode. The communists and their government supported the establishment of the Slovak communist state, while Hungarian patriots wanted to keep the reoccupied territories for Hungary. Despite a series of military victories against the Czechoslovak army, the Hungarian Red Army started to disintegrate due to tension between nationalists and communists during the establishment of the Slovak Soviet Republic. So yeah, if you want the nationalists on your side, you can't give up that land to another country. You got to follow through on that promise to keep it. So don't make promises you can't keep, I guess. I assume there was a bit of a running out the clock sort of a game there, where they might have seen a different outcome, and they just had to keep people in the dark about what was actually happening. Perhaps, don't know. I feel like I could read a couple of books about this and not be able to explain it easily to you, but. The French start promising the Hungarian government that Romanian forces would withdraw from this territory, a certain territory I can't pronounce. So Bela Kun withdraws his remaining military units who had remained loyal after the political fiasco in Upper Hungary, but following the Red Army's retreat from the north, the Romanian forces were not pulled back. Kun then unsuccessfully tries to turn the remaining units of the demoralized Hungarian Red Army on the Romanians with the Hungarian-Romanian War of 1919. And this is where we're going to get closer to the effect it's going to have on people like Bela. The Hungarian Soviet found it increasingly difficult to fight Romania with its small force of communist volunteers from Budapest, and support for both the war and the Communist Party was waning at home. After the demoralizing retreat from northern Hungary, later part of Czechoslovakia, only the most dedicated Hungarian communists volunteered for combat, and the Romanian army broke through the weak lines of the Hungarian Red Army on the 30th of July. Bela Kun, with other high-ranking communists, flees to Vienna on the 1st of August that year, with only a minority, including a gentleman whose name I can't pronounce, Georgi Lukács, the former commissar for culture and noted Marxist philosopher, remaining to organize an underground communist party. Before they flee to Vienna, Kun and his followers took along numerous art treasures and the gold stocks of the National Bank. The Budapest Workers' Soviet elected a new government, which lasted about 3-4 days before the Romanian forces entered Budapest on the 6th of August. Now, in that power vacuum created by the fall of the Soviet Republic and the presence of the Romanian army, semi-regular detachments initiated a campaign of violence against communists, leftists, and Jews known as the White Terror. Many supporters of the Hungarian Soviet Republic were executed without trial. Kun himself, along with an unknown number of Hungarian communists, were executed during Joseph Stalin's Great Purge of the late 1930s in the Soviet Union, to which they had fled in the 1920s. So, you know, labels aside, bastard's gonna bastard. They can say they're all communists and they can say they all support the same things, but, you know, fighting for power is fighting for power. So, when it comes to the Red Terror and their counter-revolutionary ways of doing things before Romania moves in, there's writings in the pages of Voros Ugsag, I don't know. Red News is how it's translated. Everywhere, counter-revolutionaries run about and swagger. Beat them down. Beat their heads where you find them. If counter-revolutionaries were to gain the upper hand for even a single hour, there will be no mercy on any proletarian. Before they stifle the revolution, suffocate them in their own blood. With their support, Josef Czerny organized a group of some 200 individuals known as the Lenin Boys, Lenin Fuke, whose intention was to uncover counter-revolutionary activities in the Hungarian countryside. Similar groups operated within Budapest. Checkpoints were established in Budapest, and civilians were regularly arrested and taken away to be tortured with burning cigars, water cure, and nails. Water cure is when you are, it's like a more, it's not like waterboarding. You're tied down and there's water in your face involved, but other than that, it's not like waterboarding. It's like funneling huge quantities of water directly down your gullet and torturing you by, forcing the rapid expansion of your tissues internally because of all the water being flooded into your body, which cannot process it. And you know how they say everything can be poisonous in the right doses? It's the dose that makes the poison, not the chemical that makes the poison. And they say that even water is one of those. If you're given enough of it forcibly, that's what this was. This is they knew the amount of water to force down someone's guts to kill them. In April, these hostages were taken in Mako, which is a town in southeastern Hungary. This includes the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, his nephew, and the mayor of Mako. These hostages are taken by train to Budapest, but along the way, they were all forced to dig their own graves along an embankment and shot before they had finished. Using an armored train to travel the countryside, the communists would regularly take hostages from random at villages and execute them in advance of invading Romanian or Czech soldiers, or if they believed the village was anti-communist. In addition to mass executions and arrest for crimes against the revolution, the communists also used the Red Terror as an excuse to appropriate grain from peasants. Personally, I'll take the college students in marching in the streets against fascists and getting in shouting matches and stuff over that. I'll take the American communists today over this any day of the week. Now, the response to this was the White Terror, and it starts to spring up in the south end of the country. There's an alternative government formed to replace the Hungarian Soviet Republic. There's a national army established, headed by Miklós Horthy, one-time admiral of the Austro-Hungarian Navy that Bela Lugosi served in. Many officers that answered his call to organize and form up an army were ultranationalist soldiers who mounted a campaign of atrocities in retaliation to the Red Terror to eliminate communist supporters and frighten the population into obedience to the new order. Pogroms and mass murders were carried out by units of the National Army commanded by Mihaly Horthy. Paramilitary organizations also committed killings, especially during the Hungarian Awakening. What a nice name for something probably terrible. These units were known as the White Guard, carrying out a campaign of murder, torture, and humiliation. Summary executions of people suspected of communist allegiance were common. These victims were often hanged in public places to serve as a warning to others. This is why Bela Lugosi, even though he was a soldier, had to get the hell out because, even if all he did was organize some actors to unionize for better treatment or better pay, that's apparently enough. Your name was on the roll call sheet. It's obviously a very mild version of this happened in the Red Scare in America in the 1950s. Isn't it true you were once a card-carrying member of the American Communist Party? Many years ago when the communists were actually in opposition to the fascists. Yes, I was, but not. I haven't been paying dues in a long time. I swear. Nope, too late. Your career's over. We're not going to hang you in the street, of course, but John Wayne and Ronald Reagan are going to rat out you and all of your friends. One thing that was funny about, in a very black humor-ish, sort of way, in a very dark way. One thing that was funny is there was comedy. I think there was comedy studios or organizations or teams or just film studios in general that would use the American, Red Scare, all the trials of Joseph McCarthy against their commercial enemies, they'd give up in an effort to shield their talent that might have some former communist sympathies or homosexual tendencies or anything else that would be rooted out by this invasion of privacy and sovereignty by our own American government. They would just sort of tip off the Joseph McCarthy stooges and say, well, no, we're all good here. We've done our own internal check on for any communists, and if we root them out, we'll turn them over to you for sure. But you know who is a communist? The 5 writers over at RKO Studios. I'm just pulling a name out of my ass, but they would just sick them on the competition. So financially, they had less, box office or stage talent to worry about competing with. So the White Guard's definition of who was an enemy of the state is a very broad one, so they can do all kinds of violence with public support. They also preyed upon the peasants, on the politically liberal, and very often upon Jews, who were broadly blamed for the revolution because most leaders of the communist repression had been Jewish. According to this Wikipedia entry on the White Terror in Hungary. The most notorious unit commanders were so-and-so and such, and this guy who focused efforts on Hungarian plain around the town of Kecskemét. Their detachments were part of the National Army, but tended to function as personal battalions, following a fanatical loyalty to their commanders. Their atrocities included torture, rape, summary execution, desecration of the corpses for public display. Hardest hit were the regions of Transdanubia, the wider area of Horthy's headquarters in Siafok, and the lowlands between the Danube and the Theiss rivers, where mass murders aroused international attention. So the second phase and the end of it come at the end of 1919. There's a lot of reactionary units expanding and continuing their terror on various targets for 2 years, but politically motivated violence devolves into grudge murders and kidnappings for profit. White Guard officers start to vie for power among themselves, plotting one another's assassinations. And Mr. Horthy looks the other way in 1919 while the White Guard officers are just raging across the countryside, terrorizing, peasants and civilians. By 1920, the terror had receded noticeably. In 21, Paul Pronet was persecuted for crimes related to the White Terror after Pronet had joined a failed attempt to restore the Habsburg King Charles I of Austria to Hungary's throne. His battalion was disbanded. Despite this, in subsequent years, so there's still sporadic attacks that occurred. But that was all behind Bela Lugosi by this point. He now had gotten himself on a merchant ship to New Orleans, and he made his way from there up to New York City and Ellis Island. He establishes himself there as a stage actor, and in 1927 he does get the role in the Broadway adaptation of Bram Stoker's Count Dracula. He moves with the play on tour to the West Coast in 1928, and then decides to stay there in Southern California and Hollywood. He then stars, of course, in the 1931 film version, directed by Todd Browning. Well, before we even get that far, let's backtrack a little bit. He actually debuted in 1922 on Broadway in a play called The Red Poppy, foreshadowing. When he's 27, he gets that Broadway Dracula role, and he receives rave reviews for it. Now, when he gets out to Hollywood, Universal Studios obtains the rights to make a motion picture adaptation to the Bram Stoker story, or rather the play based on the Bram Stoker story, and they start casting without Bela involved or considered because they wanted an already established star. They request Lon Chaney. They have a director who knows Lon Chaney and can get Lon Chaney, but he dies unexpectedly, and Todd Browning is hired to take his place. Browning also wants Lon Chaney as well. Browning also directed Freaks. If you've never seen that, do yourself a favor. But then, as they're getting things together with Lon Chaney dies. very suddenly, and Todd Browning has to find a new star for Dracula. Well, the role does go to Bela Lugosi. Now, after all that, he's kind of got the best, sort of shot at it because he's been playing it live. They don't have another star as big as Lon Chaney. And the studio doesn't just want someone from the role, for the role, pardon me. They want to establish their new figurehead, their new Lon Chaney. They want some actor, a consistent actor, to be the face. Not really, because they'll be in different costumes and makeup from film to film. But they want a major star to sort of carry their franchises. There's horror franchises they're trying to establish here. And even though Dracula is very, very popular, and it cements Lugosi as a horror star and leading man, he refuses to take this sort of mantle as the universal horror pictures guy from here on out. He's offered Frankenstein, and he famously turns it down. If you've seen Ed Wood, you've heard the Martin Landau speech while he's laying in the pond with the rubber octopus arms all around him, getting really depressed.
We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Now, let's talk about Rob Zombie. If you've listened to some of my stuff in the past, I have sort of I don't have a love-hate relationship with the writing of Joel McIver, but I have a relationship with the writing of Joel McIver. He appears to be the only person who's tried to produce some kind of a biography of Rob. It's called The Sinister Urge. It's got some padding in it. I haven't gone back through the whole thing yet, but it's barely over 100 pages of actual text. Before, if you don't, not counting photographs, not counting the appendices, the notes, the references, the discographies, all that stuff. And, it's got stuff like writing like this. After close to 3 decades of writing songs and directing films about the darker side of life, from vampires, monsters, and zombies to murder, torture, and suicide, does Zombie have the right to feel proud of his recorded over, I don't know how that's pronounced, over. Is his work not, to take a devil's advocate stance, a little bad for people? A little bad for people? If you've read this far, you'll know my answer is yes, he should take great pride in his work. Thanks, Joel McIver. I'm sure everyone needs to know that, especially Rob. And no, it isn't harmful in any way, despite the whining of the moral majority back in the good old days of the Satanic Panic in the 1980s. That's not the era we're talking about here. There's no evil in Rob Zombie's work. If you're looking for an example, and then he lists a bunch of criminal things, beating people up. Like if you're a person that's been listening to this episode and you're like, just give me the information and don't be, Jay Smith is too preachy. This history of rock and roll and film and rock and roll has too many tangents and preachy opinions and trying to teach me about communist uprisings and then right-wing reactionary violence against it. Don't waste my time, Jay Smith, and the history of rock and roll and film and rock and roll. This isn't a biography about Rob Zombie, and I think he's padding the ending of it because he doesn't have enough content to really hit the right page count. If you're looking for an example, beating people up in order to steal their money is evil. Dropping bombs on a country just because it possesses lucrative oil supplies is evil. Invading someone else's homeland, putting 6 million of its residents in concentration camps and justifying it by claiming an ancient biological right to rule over them is evil. Detonating an explosive device in a packed commuter vehicle in the rush hour, no matter what your faith may tell you, is evil. I think presented that way, it's pretty obvious we all agree with that, and we don't need someone to tell us that. On the other hand, wearing leather studs, theatrical makeup, and trousers that fit too snugly around the crotch area is not evil. This is the beginning of a bunch of rambling stuff about the 80s and heavy metal and Slayer and Venom and Motley Crue, Judas Priest, the stuff that, you know, I mean, it doesn't go on too long, but it puts sort of Rob at the modern sort of the modern incarnation of all that stuff that scared these reactionary douchebags in the 80s. Oh, I take it back. It's 86 pages before you get into all the other stuff that's not the actual text. No, you know what? I'll correct myself. I'm looking at this in an app. So don't take my page count as a real technically the real indication. It depends on how you resize the window you're looking at. I'm looking at a digital electronic copy of the PDF. So I take that back, but it's still pretty slim. The work is pretty slim. I don't need I don't need an author's view on some of this stuff. I don't need his. This is one of those things I can't stand about music journalists in the modern era. There's a lot of tropes and there's a lot of tactics of the old ones, the guys that wrote for magazines and became book authors. That like if you love Black Sabbath enough to buy a bunch of books about them, you don't need the author to explain to you what the songs on Black Sabbath Volume 4 sound like track by track. You know, you don't need someone to explain to you that the song Black Sabbath on the first Black Sabbath album opens with ominous rain and thunder sounds or whatever and a bell tolling. Like we didn't get this for a record review. That's not. I'm not saying that Joel McIver does that as much, but that's one of the things that I hate. If he does that in this book, I haven't read that part yet, but he does opine. He does opine, and he does pad this with stuff like. I mean, I'm just randomly flipping around the damn thing right now. I'm on what is page 40 of 100 in the current. Let's see. He's talking about Elvis. The fear was the dark heart of white America's mistrust of black music. He talks about Othello. He talks about Public Enemy. He talks about the Christian establishment. A bunch of stuff about why Elvis is so popular. Why did he make the girls scream when his predecessors just made them yawn? It was his hip swiveling that did the trick, apparently. The knack he had for thrusting his crotch at ladies in the front row. This is supposed to be a book about Rob Zombie. He goes into Little Richard. A note about the former members of White Zombie, all of whom moved on to other things when the band split. For the best part of 2 years, an unannounced reality publicized in 1998. And he talks about, Sean moves to New Orleans. She starts the band Famous Monsters. Jay moves on to being a producer. He says that Jay said of White Zombie split was chiefly among them the fact that we never stopped working and really burnt ourselves out. Personally, relationships in the band became more and more strained until we weren't really communicating at all. And I think Rob really wanted to move away from live instruments and toward more synthetic, dancey music. And he knew that nobody else in the band was willing to go any farther in that direction than we had with Astro Creep. They note that Ivan DePrume formed a band called Healer. He also was hosting a weekly internet radio show titled Metalopolis. And then he mentions there was a box set in 2008, and that's the last that we'll hear of White Zombie in his book from here on out. A couple things that text reminds me of. Number one, I had a Guitar School magazine in 95 that I read a lot over and over again and looked at the pictures of. And Jay Yuenger described coming up with the idea for More Human Than Human when the beat was playing that had already been established. And he picks up like a microphone because he didn't have a slide handy and started making the noises that you hear on the main guitar part for More Human Than Human. He did not like come out and say, I wrote the music for that song. I mean, there's not a lot of musical instruments in that song. There's like one note for the most part that plays on the bass, and then there's his slide part. And later, when Rob established his solo career early on, I read an interview with him relating to the stuff that Jay just said in this text that I read, about, the arguments in the studio and not wanting to go any more electronic. He said, I'll never forget being in the studio and we were coming up with More Human Than Human and recording it. And I asked a band member what they thought of the sound. And he said, I think you should take all that gay Depeche Mode shit out of there. Which is funny because you're about to hear an interview with Rob Zombie from 1989 or 1990 where he uses the term art fags to describe people in the Lower East Side, or where I forget what part of New York he's talking about. But he's offended by this, basically. Take all that gay Depeche Mode shit out of there. Obviously, the electronic elements of that song are what move it, and they stayed in the mix. I don't know what alternate version there could have been. I would be happy to hear the alternate Astro Creep 2000 where Sean and Jay kind of had their say and their will was respected more for what they wanted the whole thing to sound like. But as it is, I think that record's perfect. If that's the only version I ever get to hear, I think it's magical from beginning to end. It's a perfect piece of sonic wonderfulness for my brain. It's not as fun to play along with on guitar as La Sexorcisto. That's just them's the breaks. It's more of a soundscape with some really good hooky songs in it for me, and some really just heavy parts, not so complex. But I think they did that change in a way that was good, unlike a lot of other bands at the time. Anyways, that's enough of my opinionating about that. But Rob says, after explaining that whole conversation about the Depeche Mode stuff and someone in the band, this band member rejecting it, then saying, and then I saw a magazine article interview with that same band member who took credit for writing the song. I never forgot that. That tells you a lot about the relationship at the point between Rob and the other band members. I mean, the reason why, and this is leading me up to, the reason why you're not going to hear me telling a lot of the history of White Zombie in these episodes from Rob Zombie's personal perspective is because he doesn't care about educating people on the history of that band. I mean, at the time, he did lots of interviews whenever he could and tried to represent what the band was about, which you'll hear in a minute, from 1990 in particular. And I loved every interview I could find of the guy. I've followed him through his solo career, and I've enjoyed, most, if not all of it, to some degree. I mean, I'm older now. I don't buy everything that an artist puts out anymore. I listen to it and give it a shot, and I might come back to it every now and then. There's a couple songs per album from his solo stuff that's always going to be in my playlists. But he's not the successful guy he is because he wants to dwell on the past and he cares about what the public thinks of him or his previous band. He couldn't be bothered with it. He's got too many things to do that he cares about. He doesn't speak for anybody else. He doesn't trash the former band members. He just blatantly says, I have no idea what the fuck anybody is doing. I'm not paying attention to what anyone else is doing. I'm focused on my stuff. And that goes for everybody else in the music world. He can't name any new albums. He's like, I'm still driving around listening to my old stuff. Sorry. I can't tell you who's doing what. He's not interested. And more power to him for it. To lay it all on the table, there was a poster in the 90s in record shops with Frank Zappa naked sitting on a toilet in black and white looking at the camera. And there was a quote at the bottom said, Frank Zappa is my Elvis. And the quote was from Matt Groening, creator of The Simpsons, Life in Hell, and Futurama, and Disenchanted. And that makes perfect sense. It's a great compliment. If you're a weirdo art geek and you have an Elvis figure in your musical listening and influence, then Frank Zappa is probably a pretty good candidate. Rob Zombie's my Elvis in that, like Elvis, I tend to enjoy the early work more. Maybe not the 80s stuff, but the 90s stuff. I like to say, just like with Elvis, I like Rob Zombie's original band better. When I say original, I mean 1992 to 1998. Sorry. That's my favorite. Also, like Elvis, I think his first movie was probably one of the better ones. They're probably the best for me. I'll take a Jailhouse Rock and a House of a Thousand Corpses over the rest if I had to give up the whole rest of the catalog. I can give up the whole Elvis movie catalog. It's not my thing. But I'm trying to just draw parallels here. And I think he did a great job being successful, like Elvis did, moving away from what initially made him popular and not burning out on it and not tiring his audience out on it. It's worked really well. I don't think there's anything more healthy than for him. I'm guessing. I have nothing to base this on except for what I've seen happen. Then touring with Alice Cooper the first couple times he did that, like the late 90s and early 2000s. Because something happened after that, somewhere around the third or fourth solo album, maybe it was Educated Horses, he started doing a little bit more simplified lyrics and singing songs that were better in his range. And he seemed a lot less miserable. He seemed better at putting on a show with simple songs and sort of maximizing the impact of the stage show really, really well. I mean, he was already great at the stage show before that. And I'm laying all my biases on the table. If you put a Blu-ray out of every single tour, like one show from every tour that Rob Zombie did solo, I'd buy all of them eventually. I love the one that he did put out. And I think that's a great way to enjoy his work. The big picture, all of it. The sound, the lights, the stage show, the costumes, the performances. Even though it's not Raw, it's not live, it's not a Ramones, concert. It's not a Tom Waits concert. It's its own thing. It's stage production, and I enjoy it. So let's talk about Rob. I've scrolled back to what is page 27, and it's like the 1995-96 White Zombie tours. I'm like, oh, we're already that far along, are we? On page 27. It mentions Rob hooking up with Sherry Moon, Sherry Skirkis, which is an awesome last name, 2 Ks and 2 S's, and it says later Sherry Moon. The two enjoyed a first date at Toad's Place, a bar in New Haven, Connecticut, and had moved in together within a month. I remember the Toads. I remember Toads because Danny Fields on that Ramones End of the Century documentary was talking about how bad things were even after like 1979 for the band. Like, well, still having to beg for gigs at Toads, to play Toads. Whereas in larger cities they were doing better, but they couldn't just like tour around the country to a consistent sort of fan base yet. Sean looks back on this era, I guess, mentioning that she and Rob parted on good terms. No tension when he began a new relationship. But she says, when she wasn't around, the four of us would interact like a band. But as soon as she was back on tour, all of a sudden, it was really strange again. Even the roadies saw it. It wasn't just me. They were very isolated. It was unfortunate, but it happens. I initiated the split, which was amicable, so I've never complained. I practically introduced them. I have no animosity toward Rob. Now I'm scrolling back here some more. I see some stuff I hate God, Joel McIver is like taking this personal opinion sort of stance about this is the beginning of chapter 3, the Brotherhood of Satan, 1993 to 1995. He's like, he talks about all these bands that had come up with hip hop beats and new metal sounds, down-tuned guitars, Korn. Then he starts talking about Run DMC and Aerosmith putting out Walk This Way and the Beastie Boys back in the 80s. And he talks about Tone Loc, and he talks about rap and metal coming together, and he describes it for us paragraph. The following may not make for happy reading if you're a fan of thrash metal or hardcore, as nu metal is now practically the most unfashionable music ever invented. But bear with me for a minute. Looking back, the nu metal movement came and went with such speed, and its image was so driven by fashion, even at its peak, there was massed resistance against it, let alone after it began to decline. Interviewers like nothing better than to needle Rage Against the Machine frontman Zach De La Rocha and other Rage members about their responsibility or otherwise for the rise of the nu metal sound. Blah, blah, blah. Rage Against the Machine quotes. He talks about grunge in hindsight of bands like Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, and Mudhoney. Let's see. White Zombie starts tuning down their guitars in 1994. He mentions Marilyn Manson, Godsmack, Fear Factory, and Korn. he talks about Slayer being influenced by these changes and slowing down and tuning down. And, MacIver does this thing I can't stand. I'm not saying the White Zombie were a nu metal band because they clearly weren't. Well, then what's all this about? Why are you saying? Well, I'm not saying. I hate when authors do this. It's not like we're having a conversation, buddy. You're supposed to be writing a history of an artist we care about. They made excellent running. So White Zombie makes excellent running mates for all these nu metal bands who were rising alongside them. Essentially, is the point that he's trying to make. And I'm not arguing that point. This is the environment that White Zombie inhabit in this chapter and the one that follows. That's padding. That's bullshit. That is like you don't have enough to say when you're talking about yourself and your own book in your own book. There is a bit here about Phil's departure from the band. Obviously, Phil was the guy that replaced Ivan. This is around the time of Airheads, Feed the Gods, and let's see. A downside came when Zombie and Yseult split up. It was amicable. We already talked about that. Perhaps more stressfully, Phil Bierstadt, I don't know how to pronounce his name, I'm sorry, had developed a serious drug habit, and who, as Zombie later put it, had done some bad things to the band and was fired. That sucks. To be replaced by a seasoned drummer, John Tempesta, who had played, obviously we know, Exodus, Testament, among others. The change in drummer was inevitable, as Yuenger noted some years later. Our first drummer, Ivan DePrume, left us in the middle of an intensive tour. And we got this interim drummer who was very compulsive and had substance abuse issues, he recalled. We had this giant show in L.A., and the drummer disappeared beforehand and went on a bender. He was totally fucked up. Showed up 5 minutes before showtime. So we play this show knowing we're firing him immediately afterward. The problem, though, was there were all these record company people backstage. We had to stand around smiling for a while, pretending everything was totally cool. Oh, man. Then we get into the recording of Astro Creep and the pre-production. I'm going to get into the technical details from Jay's point of view, straight from his blogs, likely more so on the next episode. I'll cover what he had to say about Astro Creep. And but the Joel MacIver, oh, my God. Oh, Joel. He does it. He's doing it. He does it. Electric Head Part 1, The Agony, opens Astro Creep in uncompromising style. The palm muting on the guitars is pure Metallica-style chug, with a few of the strummed open chords that have given so many White Zombie songs a rock feel in the past. Tuned down to C sharp, the guitar and bass make a formidable combination, one to which Rob Zombie has more or less adhered in subsequent years. Supercharger Heaven continues the oral assault, but leavened with the anthemic chorus of Devil Man. That might have made the song a suitable release as a single, although this didn't happen. Oh, God. We don't need this. We're already fans. We don't, and if we're only fans of Rob Zombie somehow and don't want to listen to White Zombie, then we're going to skip this part anyway. Either we know what the songs sound like or we don't, dude. I can't believe I spent all this. Oh, wait, I didn't spend any money on this. Ha ha ha. Oh, 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 oh. Sorry, Joel. I just found a way to download it for free. And scrolling back farther, I'm seeing mentions of Metallica's Black Album, Nevermind, Chili Peppers. Oh, we're going to talk about Faith No More and Living Color and Infectious Grooves, 24/7 Spies. All right. Pantera. All right. I found a quote from Rob. Here we go. Even though we were signed to a major label, this is the Geffen, the initial Geffen sort of era of La Sexorcisto, we were still broke and touring in a van and playing clubs to basically nobody, Zombie side, in an interview with the author. It wasn't until we had a hit with La Sexorcisto that we felt like we were a success. Before that, no one gave a shit. That album changed everything almost overnight. Rob Zombie also observes, when you start a band, you're just hoping to find any four people you can get in a room and play with. You're not worried about anything other than that. It seemed like the band finally solidified into the unit that it was on Soul Crusher. That was the pinnacle of what we were doing at that moment in time. And then it changed again and solidified into what it was with Sexorcisto. That's what I thought. The band really had two different lives. Soul Crusher was as far as we could take that sort of New York underground insanity, and Sexorcisto was the beginning of taking White Zombie out to the world's face. That's really what was obvious to me. He says, let's see. Sean says, when we finally got signed to Geffen, we didn't get serious advances from them. It all went toward making the record. We did have a little per diem so we could eat during the making of the record, which was noted by Jay in this episode as well, either before or after this segment, depending on how I edit the thing. We'll talk about how he lived in New York City while making New York City and what he lived on. We did a little per diem. We had to quit our jobs for 6 weeks and go in and record with Andy Wallace. We left to go on tour before that, which was cool because our boss was okay with that. This time, she warned us that this time was the last time, so we couldn't go back to our jobs afterward. We were pretty broke, so our A&R guy, Michael Alago, got Geffen to give us $5,000. Now, $5,000 in New York City between four people doesn't go far. I went to L.A. to visit our friend Daniel Ray, who had produced God of Thunder. It was much cheaper out there. Also, our label was there too. So, long story short, I convinced the band, this is still Sean, I assume, we needed to move out to LA if we're going to make this $5,000 last. We packed up the van like the Beverly Hillbillies and piled in and drove all the way across the country to LA. It was the best thing we ever did because we found out later they were going to drop us. Because Michael quit Geffen and went back to Elektra, where he had signed Metallica. If we hadn't moved to LA and become friends with everyone at the label, they would have dropped us. So we got an apartment for under $1,000 a month. Rob and I both had a little money saved from our job, but not much. Jay was working at Wacko, a cool art gallery type of place. Ivan was a man with a van kind of a guy. He did moving jobs. And Rob and I just got by on the pennies we'd saved for a few more months until the record came out. Then we put everything in storage because we couldn't even afford to keep one apartment between the four of us. We made it through. But we were at Geffen every day, working on the packaging and promo and publicity. We finally got on the road, and we stayed there for 2.5 years straight until we could afford to not be on the road. Now, one of the big legends about Rob Zombie from his earlier days in New York City that you always would read as a fan was he used to work on Pee-wee's Playhouse in the 80s. When Pee-wee put out the series on DVD, sometime in the early 2000s, he did interviews for it. I think for Shout Factory, it might have been. He did interviews for the release to promote it. And I distinctly remember the Rob Zombie question coming up and Paul Rubin saying, well, Rob likes to say that he was a production assistant or he was he worked on the set or he helped to design things. I forget what the implication was. I don't want to misquote Paul Rubens, but there was always this degree of involvement that would fluctuate depending on who was telling this rumor, this story of he was a camera operator or he was a set builder or he was a production assistant that sort of helped with some technical stuff but wasn't in charge of anything. He's very young at the time. He's not that experienced. He's a young dude in art school and playing in clubs. So I see a bit in this book by Joel McIver. It says, moving on from his career as a bike courier, he swung himself a role, albeit a lowly one, in the TV industry as a production assistant on the CBS Kids show Pee-wee's Playhouse. For those who don't remember it, Pee-wee's Playhouse was a mildly amusing, Jesus Christ, you grouch. I didn't like it, but I was not the right audience for it. My little brother loved it, and I thought it was a little too wacky. And all up in your face all the time for me. But it was great. It was way more than mildly amusing. Lots of people love that show. And it had a profound influence on a lot of people and performers. I never finished the quote from Paul Rubens. I apologize. He was downplaying. He was like, Rob likes to say that, but in reality, I never met him. He was on the East Coast. We were on the West Coast. He worked for another company. And he didn't have anything to do with the visual style or the direction. I'm paraphrasing. It was just he really wanted to put that rumor to bed. I feel like Rob's got plenty other things he could talk about in the entertainment industry. He doesn't need to make up stories about having worked on Pee-wee's Playhouse, but whatever. He says, in the book, Joel McIver says it was aimed at preteens and hosted by the entertainer Paul Pee Wee Herman Rubens, a curious fellow who later endured a series of unpleasant public revelations and legal cases related to his private life. All I know is he got arrested for jerking off in a porno theater, which is what everyone does in a porno theater, and the public and the entertainment industry all were unified in their disgust at the LAPD having done this, what seemed like a pretty obvious targeting of a fairly innocent and inoffensive person in public, to make a spectacle out of him. And nobody, it made everyone feel gross. Nobody liked seeing Pee Wee Herman having a mugshot and looking, disheveled. But I'm sure he did drugs and partied and stuff too, but I don't think anyone's really familiar with anything else like that unless you really got into his backstory. I didn't know until after he died that there was something going on there, but whatever. I worked the first season, says Zombie, in an interview with filmmaker Mick Garris. I was working at this place called Broadcast Arts, which made TV commercials. They were known for being that funky, hip new place. They did Twizzlers commercials and things like that. Then one day they said, we're going to do this thing with Pee Wee Herman. It's funny because no one there seemed to know who Pee Wee Herman was, which makes sense. I mean, Pee Wee is from the Groundlings in the 70s. He was a Hollywood guy. He was in tons of wacky comedy, movie bit parts here and there before he got famous via his own vehicle, with Tim Burton directing in like 85, whenever that was, 85, 86, Pee Wee's Big Adventure. And then he got his TV show. He was known nationwide, but if you're working in entertainment and video production and you're in New York City, you might not have really known anything about the rise of this wacky character that had been around for a long. Like he was doing like live one-man shows and stuff on stage in LA for years before he got a TV deal or many movie parts. Anyways, it was a cool job to have, he told Westworld. It was everything from delivering stuff to doing a little crap work around the set. I don't even know if I was a PA. Whatever's just below a PA. I'm not even sure it counts as below a PA. It's production assistant. But that was my job. Lowest rung on the ladder. It was cool, and I liked it. Besides Herman, the cast included sometime Saturday Night Live comedian Phil Hartman, while William Marshall, who played the 1972 exploitation character Blackula in the film of the same name, was king of cartoons. I didn't know that. That's great. They were all kinds of people I really liked on the show, so it was pretty exciting. So yeah, I would probably have to go watch like the DVDs and the behind-the-scenes stuff and find out how the show was produced. But in the interview, Paul Rubens tries to make a clear distinction between like the West Coast production and East Coast production, and that they weren't the same. I guess I'm not doing a very good job of doing an unsolved mysteries sort of unraveling here for everybody, but there's just that weird bit of contention. It's like, well, why would Rob lie about that? And why would Pee Wee want to shut it down? And because he talks about working on the lot. In that same interview, he talked about working on the lot in Hollywood, and security was very important to him. And, he had this guy named John Singleton that was working out at the front gate, would always try to give him his script, and he never read it, and it was Boys in the Hood. And eventually, of course, John Singleton moves on to a very, very, very successful movie career in the 80s and 90s and beyond. So I don't know. I assume there were just segments of the show that it was cheaper to farm out to this third party company in New York City and then have the tapes, FedExed over to Hollywood. Now I want to read some more quotes from Rob from this book before I get off onto some other stuff, and I will revisit more of Rob's early days in the upcoming episode. There's a lot to cover from as many perspectives as I can. Let's see. There's parts of this where he says when he was young, he's like, I guess I needed some heavy psychoanalysis, but I don't know. Just ever since I was a little kid, what I found exciting was if there was a horror movie on TV or a baseball game, I wouldn't even consider which one I was going to watch. I don't even know why. It wasn't because I thought it was cooler or that it made me cooler. It's kind of funny when you watch little kids, how they just instinctively gravitate towards certain things, and I don't know why. It makes no sense. I don't know anyone who played an instrument or ever owned one. Or even owned one, sorry, he remembered. No one in my family even seemed to like music that much. I discovered music through watching the television because most of the shows had a musical theme, like the Monkees, or cartoons like the Groovy Ghoulies or the Archies. It didn't matter what the goofy characters were, they always had a rock band. cue my apology for still not having finished the Josie and the Pussycats episode yet. Someday, I hope. I always loved Buck Owens, the country artist, because of that was the one thing I remember as a kid. I don't remember my dad liking anything, not just music, anything. But he seemed to love Buck Owens and Hee Haw. So yes, somehow Hee Haw was very influential in my life, which is funny. Buck Owens is featured fairly prominently in that very, very gross hotel scene in Devil's Rejects. That song, Satan's Gotta Get Along Without Me, is a great tune. It's on the soundtrack. I mean, the whole scene's not gross. It's just the thing. It's just the, the sexual molestation with whatever. It's his movie. I've watched it a million times, and I'm not burning my copy of Devil's Rejects anytime soon. Let's say that. He talks about he likes music that has any kind of groove, any music. Hard rock music always had a groove. I mean, Led Zeppelin is the grooviest fucking band ever. There's something that just sort of went away from hard rock, and I've always loved it. A lot of times bands get scared of it. I think it's because I'll see a band and they'll lock into a groove and it's so heavy and the fans are going crazy, and then they shift gears and go into some kind of blast beat, and you see the crowd kind of stop. I'm thinking, dude, you had them. You were fucking going off. What the fuck? Calm the fuck down. You had the crowd fucking raging, but they get scared. I don't know if they do, but it seems that way anyway. I agree. They're trying to. I don't know. Everyone's got to be clever. He talks about his varied taste in music being a result of AM radio in the early 70s. They just played everything all together. You could listen to Kiss, Alice Cooper, then you listen to ABBA. I didn't care. I liked everything. If you're like, I only listen to metal, I only play metal, and I only like metal, then you're going dry with influences. He also talks about... let's see. His impression of what being in a band was like was kind of heavily influenced by Kiss and Alice Cooper. I just thought everything was like that. Like, oh, if you have a band, it's this giant crazy thing. It's hard to erase that from your mind. I mean, people want to see a fucking show and they want to be entertained. Maybe with other forms of music, it's different. But with rock music and metal, that's the way it is. In my mind, that's the way it is. And that's what I've always stayed true to. If you're a regular listener of A History of Rock and Roll in film and rock and roll, you'll know that one thing I value almost as much as historical looks back at an artist or a band, telling their history from beginning to end, it's digging into the actual media, interviews, and reviews of the time when they were working their way up. And I'm going to delve into a few examples of that over the course of these White Zombie episodes. One of them is from an independent sort of black and white zine called Propaganda that I had never been aware of before. And it turns out there's I think it's March 1990 issue with shirtless Chris Cornell on the cover. And features on Soundgarden, Danzig, and White Zombie. The White Zombie one's only 2 pages long. It's after Make Them Die Slowly and around the time of it looks like God of Thunder, because it features a couple of photos of the band that are clearly from Make Them Die Slowly era. because John Ritchie is there instead of Jay Yuenger. And then, and it ends with quotes from the song Murder World. This is a murder world, brother. And, of course, because magazine writers have no creativity whatsoever, or editors, whoever chooses the headlines, it's titled "In the Belly of the Beast." I think there's a feature on Metallica in here as well, and it's titled "The Sound and the Fury." That's one that music magazines never got tired of just dragging out and throwing onto the, the top of the page whenever they possibly could. As well as, over the years with White Zombie, you're going to get, I walked with a zombie, I talked with a zombie, and then, and then if it was a guitar magazine, it'd be The Iceman Cometh. Anyhow, this one, I when it comes to mainstream type publications, I don't tend to just read them on the podcast, from beginning to end. But when it's an indie from way back in the day, and especially before an artist gets really big, I kind of like to read it from top to bottom in the language that it was written at the time, just so you can get a feel for, something a little more special, something a little less slick. And like I said, it's only 2 pages, so why not? Interviews by Paul Hart, photos by Michael Levine and Ernesto Urdaneta, art by Rob Straker, which of course is Rob Zombie before he changes his name, because it features the old school White Zombie logo, the sort of jagged one that you'd see eventually on you saw it on the previous albums, and you'd see it on Jay Younger's guitar headstock, and it's got the skulls with the big eyes from Make Them Die Slowly era. And there's a big photo that takes up most of almost 2/3 of the first page, and it's from the God of Thunder promo or album cover, EP cover. Rob is sort of glowering at the camera while he's holding a shock of hair from their friend who's doing his Gene Simmons impersonation. So it says, Dateline, Alphabet City, Lower East Side, New York City. There is something terribly wrong in the world. Something disastrous. A cataclysm of epic proportion is about to happen. There's a sense of dread, of total helplessness, a feeling of fatalism. These are only some of the emotions and sensations one races through when exposed to the mind-scrambling psychodelic grunge rock. 1990, 89-ish, the term grunge was around before 1991. It's only a year before. But, there's other instances of that term being used in the early 80s as well. Thank you very much to... Mark Arm of Mudhoney, when he was in a band called Mr. Epp. He wrote a write-up of, I think, his own band, and he used the word grunge to describe the sound of their stuff. We'll get more into that on a future singles episode. I've already done a couple of those back in the day. You can flip back through the feed for the singles episodes. Let's see, the grunge rock of the maniacal White Zombie, a New York-based band that has forced the music scene here to undergo shock therapy. So defiant of description are they that you'll get hooked on them long before you get a handle on how to classify them, as has already happened to such zombie fans as James Hetfield, Glenn Danzig, and Iggy Pop, to name a few. Our music is a catharsis, says Rob Zombie Straker, the dreadlocked Christ figure, lead vocalist of the band. It reflects the anger and frustration of a really screwed up world, a dog-eat-dog world. I have a pretty negative opinion about human nature. It basically sucks. People are just instinctively aggressive and violent, and it's always been that way. So we're not going to pretend to have a solution. For the band, we just deal with it by channeling this aggression into our music. If one's art is truly only a catharsis and a reflection of one's environment, then it's no wonder White Zombie's music is particularly aggressive and frightening. The band resides in the deepest, darkest, dirtiest byways of Manhattan's Lower East Side. A drug-infested, violence-plagued devil's playground. It seems dirt and slime begets dirt and slime. That pause you heard was me considering belting out a little Danzig for a second there, but I spared you. I spared you. It's a wonderful song from Danzig too, Lucifuge, though. We don't do songs about some made-up satanic bullshit like you see a lot of these contrived metal bands do. You want to see hell? Just look around you. Hey, isn't that bodega being robbed? That wasn't robbed. That was the writer. The last part. White Zombie delivers this hell on earth with some of the most menacing offerings ever laid to vinyl. Some songs actually evoke sensations of delirium and terror. All reflect the ugly underbelly of human nature. From Murder World, Revenge, Demon Speed, Godslayer, Power Hungry, Acid Flesh, and Disaster Blaster on the Make Them Die Slowly LP to Gun Crazy, Shack of Hate, Future Shock, and Scum Kill on the Soul Crusher LP. Man's thin veneer of civility is stripped away to reveal the naked human beast. On the latest Zombie single released in December, the band both evokes the 70s and buries them for good by obliterating the old Kiss song, God of Thunder. Hail to the new gods of thunder. Subject matter isn't the only problem Rob has with all the banal, standardized heavy metal bands. The commercial garbage never had any credibility, and the speed thrash thing has run its course. It was too restrictive. One tempo, fast, one-dimensional. I enjoy doing stuff with a lot of time changes. It lets you change moods. Anyway, too many of those bands were just copying whatever Metallica did. It got really contrived. That's why some of the more unique and innovative bands like Jane's Addiction and Red Hot Chili Peppers are getting the big crowds these days. They're just more interesting to watch. Sure, there are elements of thrash in some of our music, but you can't limit yourself to any one influence. I grew up listening to Kiss mostly, and of course Sabbath, AC/DC, Motorhead, Black Flag, so I have a lot of influences from that too. It would be a fatal mistake to view White Zombie as one of the doom and gloom bands that take themselves and their subject matter too seriously. Everything these denizens from the depths of the barrio do is with a streetwise sense of sarcasm, giving them the completely unique persona of being frightening and funny at the same time while ripping into the menacing demon speed. At a recent show, Rob showered the audience with Xeroxed copies of a National Enquirer article, How to Tell If Your Kid is Into Satan, and proceeded to read off the list of warning signs. Could listening to White Zombie be one of them? Crucial to the zombie aura is the visual imagery they project. Many of the band's record covers and inner sleeves are emblazoned with Rob's chilling urban extremist caricatures. He and bassist/girlfriend Sean Yseult attended Parsons Art School, which contributed to White Zombie being labeled as an art noise band during their early days. We also came from that part of town where all the art fags hang out, adds Rob. We never felt a part of that crowd, and they never liked us much. Our audience has mostly been punk and metal kids who wear Metallica t-shirts and mosh massively, which is cool. Also of great influence on the band's psyche are the B-grade horror films of the 30s, 40s, and 50s. They had an atmosphere, says Rob, and probably no film had more atmosphere, which is cleverly spelled ATMOS-FEAR in the copy. Then the genuinely creepy and surreal White Zombie, 1932, where voodoo cult leader Bela Lugosi introduced a shocked American public to the occult practices of Haitian mysticism. Now, it's White Zombie the band putting the whamma jamma on us, and the curse, it seems, will only get stronger and more pervasive. Currently, the band is recording their third LP for Caroline, and like the others, you can be sure it will chew up your soul and spit it out like spent Hubba Bubba. This past summer, Chris Williamson of Rock Hotel Productions was blown away by a show the band put on at CBGB's. After their set, Chris let White Zombie know how he felt about them and promised to make them stars. He signed them onto a massive Rock Hotel bill at the Ritz a month later. It had to have been the event of the year. If a lineup like Nevermore, Cycle Sluts from Hell, White Zombie, and Danzig doesn't do anything for you, then you must be clinically brain dead. I gotta check something about the timeline feels like it's all over the place, but like Nevermore is a Seattle band that formed after Sanctuary broke up, and I thought they put out Into the Mirror Black in like no, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just scanning through my memory banks. I thought it was in early 90s, maybe it was late 80s. No, because Refuge Denied was like 87, so it was probably 89. So yeah, maybe Nevermore was playing their first shows at this time in 1990. Anyhow, Uh, that was a great show because the crowd was really crazy and huge, recalls Rob. Also, the lineup really worked well. A cold sweat angst filled the air as White Zombie pounded out their set. With red ambulance lights spinning and police sirens blaring all around the stage, Rob whipped the crowd into a moshing frenzy. It was a scene frighteningly reminiscent of a very troubled hot summer night on the Lower East Side. It had become another Tompkins Square riot. White Zombie had welcomed us to their world. Then bold at the end, this is a murder world, buddy, not just another traffic jam. No credit card gonna get you home. Now I'm looking on metalstorm.net and Wikipedia, and those both say Nevermore formed in 1991, and that, you know, the debut album didn't come out till 95, evidently. I mean, I remember when that came out. I had a what do you call it? Those do not sell this free giveaway to a radio station copy that I bought at I think I bought it at a used CD store or something. Same place I would have got the versions I could find of Make Them Die Slowly and Soul Crusher, as well as eventually the first releases from Power Man 5000, when I found out they were a thing that Rob Zombie was a sort of a fostering influence of. Anyhow, that doesn't mean that they couldn't have played a show in 1990, but because this magazine came out in April 90, and it also it's New York. It's the other side of the country. There easily could have been another heavy band called Nevermore at the time that played that wasn't the same as the guys at Sanctuary. Or the one as the band that the guys in Sanctuary moved on to after Sanctuary band. What do we have on them? Into the Mirror Black was 1990. Okay, they broke up in 1992. So I don't know. Probably not that. It's not that Nevermore then. Maybe not that you care. Not that you came here to hear me look up the history of these two Seattle metal bands in real time. Now the comments about making a third record for Caroline, or rather, making the third White Zombie record and it being made for Caroline Records, it made me curious. I found a little White Zombie wiki page someone put up on fandom.com. I don't do this very often, but let me just read through what they have here for the history for everyone that actually is curious about the basic details chronologically of the band's early days. After we get past the dumb introduction about who they are and when they broke up. History, the early years. White Zombie was founded by writer, vocalist, and graphic artist Rob Zombie after coming up with the band idea in 1985 while attending Parsons School of Design in his junior year. Zombie's girlfriend at the time, Sean Yseult, was playing the Farfisa keyboard in the band Life with Ivan DePrume. But the band soon broke up. Ina Kostabi owned a recording studio, which he would rent out to different bands. When he met Yseult, she asked if he could teach her to play bass. They then recruited Peter Landau to play drums and began to write and record songs. White Zombie's first release, Gods on Voodoo Moon, was an EP recorded October 18, 1985. It was released under the band's own label, Silent Explosion, under which they would release most of their early work. Only 300 copies were pressed, of which only 100 were sold. The band members still retain possession of the remaining 200. In 1986, Zombie hired Tim Jeffs, his Parsons School of Design roommate, to play guitar to replace Ina Kostabi. This article doesn't even mention that Ina was a guitarist for the band, just that he owned a studio. All right. Let's see. And Yseult brought in DePrume from their days in the band Life as replacement for Landau. It was at this time the band started touring, making live performance debut at CBGB on April 28, 1986. White Zombie released their second EP, Pig Heaven, that year. The release contained two songs, Pig Heaven and Slaughter the Grey. Well, that's not an EP, that's a single. That's an A-side and a B-side. If that's the case, then article writer. The EP was recorded at 6/8 Studios on Houston Street and Bleecker Street in NoHo, New York City. Other songs that were recorded during the session but never released were titled Follow Wild, Rain Insane, Paradise Fireball, and Red River Flow. I assume all this stuff was released on the It Came From NYC box set of vinyl records. I did not buy it. I'm not that kind of guy. All praise and good things to everyone that played on those records and put them together, and I'm glad they're available for people to hear without, too much trouble. And I'm glad that whoever has writing credits or involvement on those albums got paid from the sale of those box sets. I just wasn't going to fork over the cash for it. I heard a lot of early stuff in the 90s when I, tried to find whatever I could after getting into Sexorcisto. That's my story. I was good after hearing some of that stuff once. I got it. Like it was more of an archaeological dig, I think, for me, to sort of check out what the band used to sound like and go, okay, yeah, this isn't for me. But if I was like 18 to 25 in New York City at the time and saw a band doing that live, I would have been down for it for sure. Let's see. After touring a year in the band, Tim Jeffs left and was replaced by Tom Guay, often known as Tom 5. The band released a second pressing of Pig Heaven with different cover art, but retained the same recording with Jeffs on guitar. Only 500 copies of each pressing were released on vinyl. In 1987, the band released their third EP, Psycho Head Blowout. Later that year, the band released their first full-length album, Soul Crusher, which was the first release to feature sound clips from movies in the songs, a trademark that would continue for the remainder of the band's lifespan. John Ritchie replaced Tom 5 shortly after the release of Soul Crusher. In 1988, the band signed to Caroline Records, permanently discontinuing their old indie label. Their second album, Make Them Die Slowly, was released in February 1989. The album's musical shift, while their previous releases had been strictly punk-influenced noise rock, Make Them Die Slowly had more of a heavy metal sound. This is also the first album crediting Rob Zombie instead of his previous stage name, Rob Dirt Straker. Ritchie's carpal tunnel syndrome severely affected his ability to play guitar, forcing him to leave the band when Make Them Die Slowly was finished. Jay Yuenger, or Jay, the letter, replaced him before the album's release, affecting their future sound. Sorry for the pause there. I just get annoyed with it. Affecting with an A instead of an E. Always bugs me. It has an effect with an E, and so it affects. It's effecting, not affecting. Anyway, one of the most obvious examples of this direction is the difference between the songs Disaster Blaster on Make Them Die Slowly and the reworked version, Disaster Blaster 2, on the God of Thunder EP. Then it goes into the major label years, blah, 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 because it doesn't even talk about the God of Thunder EP. What if I click on the hyperlink? Where does it take me? God of Thunder is the fourth EP by the band White Zombie. Thank you. That's it. All right. So, that's just a tiny little timeline of the early days that may or may not be accurate. But yeah, I guess if technically Make Them Die Slowly was done in 88, then by 1990 it would make perfect sense that Caroline's expecting another album from White Zombie before Michael Alago steps in and carts them off to Geffen Records and Los Angeles, California. Now's a good time to divert over to Al Jorgensen's book, The Lost Gospels, according to. The section I have tagged here for myself comes around the time, I think it mentions Filth Pig right before this paragraph. I'll read from the paragraph ahead of this, but after the big day out, which is one of those I think big, huge Australian festivals, I think. Oh, wow. He says, we also tortured the cult. Sorry, I'm going back even farther. I love the cult. I puked in their dressing room and shoved all their deli tray vegetables up my ass. It was a vegetarian flying ham sandwich. They had a club show between two of the festival dates, and I went into their dressing room to give them shit. Here's why. That afternoon, the band members were on the beach drinking and wearing Speedos. Those are the gayest bathing suits in the world. They're not even bathing suits. They're like skin suits for your cock and balls. That infuriated me. I went, the cult are posers. You don't wear Speedos on the beach if you're in a rock band. Especially if you're those old, white, limey guys who've never seen the sun. When Mikey and I weren't bothering other people, we were beating on each other. You drank my beer. You did the last speedball. We were like the Gallagher brothers of Oasis, but loaded on narcotics. We'd sometimes start swinging at each other for no reason, or out of sheer paranoia, or boredom. He'd beat me, and sometimes I'd beat him down. And it was all provoked by drugs and alcohol, usually drugs. And if you're going, Jay, I don't care, I like White Zombie, I want to hear about White Zombie, I'm just giving you the 2 paragraphs leading up to it, so you know what kind of state his life is in, and how Sean, spoiler, factors into that for a certain period of time. So he talks about playing the Big Day Out tour, and then some dates in Asia, and then back to the States to finish making Filth Pig at Chicago Tracks. I had moved back to Chicago for a short while to get my shit together. I went back on the methadone program at the suggestion of all these so-called experts. What a disaster that was. Back in the methadone days, users had to go to the clinic by a certain time to get their allotted dose. My girlfriend at the time, Ty Kuhn, and I would drive out there out of hell-bent desperation because we'd run out of heroin, coke, whiskey, whatever. We'd try to make it to the clinic before it closed at 6 p.m. It would be 3 minutes to 6, and we'd be in Chicago traffic, breaking every law of the road, speeding through red lights, swerving through traffic, slamming on the brakes, and then we'd run in slobbering and panting. They'd give us our little wafers, and we'd go, oh, thank you, thank you. It was just dumb. And I realized this breakneck rush to the clinic was more of an addiction and more of a problem than our actual problems. It's just gross, and it's a lifestyle that endangers your humanity and deflates you to the point that you're like Pavlov's dog. I knew I had to kick that. I had to kick everything and straighten up my act. I actually headed on the right path for a while when White Zombie frontman Rob Zombie broke up with his girlfriend and bassist Sean Yseult, with whom he'd started the band. White Zombie started to fizzle. The spark was gone. Not that I ever liked Rob in the first place. We hung in different circles. He acted crazy on stage, but he was clean and sober, an artist who lived in his decadent imagination. That's fine. I like some of his movies. For a while, there was some scuttlebutt in the media because we dressed kind of the same on stage, and everyone accused us of stealing each other's looks, but I never cared. I always dressed the way I wanted to dress. Remember that part when he says, I never cared about him stealing, Rob supposedly stealing his look, his whole look. Let's see. Oh, except for that period when I had to be a new wave fag at the behest of the management on the label, I've always looked like a tattooed dirtbag with long hair, a bandana, leather jacket, and shit-kicker boots. End of story. I met Sean toward the end of White Zombie's career, right before Rob decided to go solo. I was hanging in Chicago with Anthrax, who were playing with White Zombie and Pantera. Because Sean wanted to be far away from Rob, or as far as possible, when she was off stage, she and I spent a lot of time hanging out. And then we started dating. I moved back with her to Los Angeles, and we lived together for a while and had some good times. She was kind of like Amy Mann in that she was good for me, an absolute sweetheart. There was a funny moment when Rob's new girlfriend and Sean got into a cat fight. I stepped in and broke it up. Rob's girlfriend was screaming, do something, fuck this guy up. And I look at Rob and I say, do you really want to do this? Because I will fucking eat you. So he backed off. And his girlfriend was calling him a pussy the whole way back to the bus, asking, why didn't you stand up to him? I was like, really? You think Rob Zombie is going to beat up Al Jurgensen? I don't think so. It was weird because Rob was kind of taunting Sean by parading his new girlfriend in front of her. So Sean got pissed and said, why do I want to date the facsimile, Rob Zombie, when I could be with Al, the original? I had the summer off, so I was doing encores of Ministry songs with Anthrax and traveling around with Sean. After the tour, Sean and I took off and drove around in a car for a couple of months, and then we settled down in L.A. in an apartment right off of Melrose, near the shopping district there. It was a pretty stable relationship, and there was no real drama or arrests. Just one near-death experience. Sorry about that dinging noise in the background. I'm looking physically at my phone and noticing that I definitely have silent mode on, so there should be no such noises. Excuse me. I say physically looking at my phone because there's a little orange thing on the button that's visible when silent mode is on, and the orange thing is visible. So sorry. I unsilenced moded it, and then I re-silent moded it just now, and then threw it across the room. So I was being a little cheeky earlier because it's like, I don't care about the way he looks or the way I look. Somebody else talked about it, and then he highlights the fact that Sean was just like, I'm with the original guy that you're ripping off. Maybe that happened. Maybe she said that. I'll take it. I'll believe it. I don't have to not believe it. It's just like, it seems like a weird thing to say to somebody that you were with for many years. And your new boyfriend is like standing there with you. I fucking don't. I wish there was more to it, I guess is what I'm saying. I wish there was more of that story from her side, but I'll get to her side in a second. Let's see. If I remember right, there's a chunk of her book that has Al in it, so I'm gonna cross-reference with that here. But then he talks about they were both invited along with Timothy Leary to play a party at Johnny Depp's house. It was late at night, and as I was pulling in, the car was kind of crooked. I backed it up. Sean told me not to go too fast, but of course I didn't listen. I gunned it, and we almost drove off the cliff right onto Marlon Brando's kid's house, which had a huge glass roof. We were in a Supra, and the car was literally hanging off the cliff, rocking back and forth. She said, "Let's get out of here." And I was like, no, don't move or we're going to fall. Finally, she said, "Fuck you," and got out, which made it creak. She was really pissed. I'd never seen her so mad. So I was stuck in the fucking thing, freaking out. I had to crawl out of the car. Unfortunately, it didn't go into Christian Brando's living room, which is where it would have wound up. After we escaped, I called a tow service, and they pulled the car away from the cliff. Having self-destructive DNA, there was no way that a happy relationship with Sean was going to last. Sure enough, I fucked it up. One night, I went out drinking with Tom Rainoni, who was in L.A. working with Wes Craven. I got all fucked up, and then we got into a high-speed chase with the cops in L.A. Fortunately, this time, I wasn't driving. Tom was in a 57 Thunderbird, and we were going through alleys trying to lose the cops. I was yelling, "What are you doing? Pull over!" And he said, "Fuck that." Somehow, he got away from the police. He was laughing about it, but I was pretty freaked out and extremely drunk. He drove me back to the place off Melrose where Sean and I were living in this little courtyard of apartments that all looked the same. I tried to open my door, but the key wouldn't work in the fucking lock. There were windows by the door, so I punched in the window, reached around, and opened up the door. I walked in, and there's this dog there. I thought, huh? Sean and I don't have a dog. Then this little fucking cockapoodle starts barking and yapping. I kicked it and tried to stop it from biting my ankle. And then this guy came out with a shotgun. I was in the wrong apartment. Just like when I was a teenager and was tripping on acid. Our place was next door. I apologized and somehow avoided getting shot. Then I went into our apartment. By this time I had to piss really bad. I was just so fucking wasted that I thought I was in the bathroom when I got up the stairs. Oh, buddy. Sean had just washed and folded all of our laundry, and it was lined up against the wall, freshly clean and pressed. She had done all that work. I was so drunk that I didn't notice it, so I unzipped my pants and peed all over the laundry because I thought that's where the toilet was. The next morning, Sean was gone. All I saw was a letter that read, "You have to get out." She was throwing me out for peeing in the newly washed and folded laundry, and for being a fuck-up. So I called up Tim Leary and explained the situation, and he invited me to move in with him. Well, if you heard my damn phone ding again, rest assured I have shut the thing down and thrown it across the room once again. So looking at Sean's book, and there's a half-page bit called High Times with Al and Dr. Tim. No, I don't mean actually high. Well, maybe sometimes. I mean really good, memorable times. Every day with Al Jurgensen was an adventure. And the first day I met him, he was with Timothy Leary. They came to our show with Anthrax in L.A., which was at the end of a long tour. I met them backstage, and Al would not leave me alone. In the most endearing way, high or not, this is one of the most charming men on the planet, without even trying. He and Timothy invited me up to Tim's house after they rode back into town with us on our tour bus. I thought once, I thought twice. What the hell? I called a cab from my hotel at the Hyatt on Sunset and met them. That night turned into a few months of nonstop whining, dining, and vacationing with Al. He not only treated me like a princess, but he treated everyone around him, always picking up the check for huge dinner parties. He even tried to buy me a new convertible, which I had to beg him not to. We spent a lot of time hanging out with Tim. Tim and Al were the best of friends, and from that first night, I never have felt so comfortable and at home with good souls. Both were insanely brilliant, charming, and witty, and always entertaining people. The minute you walked into Tim's house in Beverly Hills, he was the ultimate host. Beer, wine, cocktail, pot, pills, acid. The list seemed endless. Then he would inevitably offer you his appetizer made out of pot and butter microwaved, served on a cracker. I rarely ever did drugs, but who could say no to such hospitality? When Al and I weren't crashing at Tim's house or Johnny Depp's house because, only because Al drove his car halfway off Johnny's cliff after being there late one night, we were partying at the Viper Room and eating in amazing restaurants. Then he was whisking me off to his home in Chicago, where upon helping him pack, I would find ancient, uncashed royalty checks for thousands of dollars shoved into the back of drawers. Or Miami Beach or Austin, where we went house hunting. Speeding across the Southwest, we almost had to spend the night in jail. He was going so fast. Back in L.A., Dr. Tim was surprising us with trips to the Ivy with congressmen or lunch at J. Paul Getty III's mansion. Al turned me on to fine dining, good wine, and honky-tonk country music. We shared a love of literature and great writers. And, of course, Dr. Tim. Finally, I met someone that would impress my parents. The whirlwind affair ended as quickly as it began, as I went back on tour, and he moved to the Austin Hills and fell off of the map. But it sure was a blast while it lasted. Now, I had to go look up the Jean-Paul Getty III reference, and he's a guy I'm not aware of, except for I've heard the story. He's famous for having been kidnapped because he's the grandson of an oil tycoon, J. Paul Getty, who was once the richest man in the world. The grandson, JPG3, I'll call him, was hanging out in Rome in 1973 when he was, he was only not even 20 years old at that time. Let me think. Yeah, he was born in 56. So he's like 18 or so. He's just having pizza at some restaurant, and he gets abducted by members of one of their most prominent crime families, organization, syndicates, that goes back to the 18th century, I guess, in the region of Calabria. I won't try to pronounce the name of it. You can, I don't want to make more of an embarrassment of myself than I normally would. It looks a bit difficult. Anyways, I guess, if anything, this sort of establishes in our American sort of mindset or pop culture, if I may call it that, the ransoming of a famous heir or heiress, and then the sending of a small body part in the mail of the victim, because they cut off his ear and sent it to a newspaper, so to make sure, I guess, everyone knew who they were, what they had, and that they were very, very serious. His life evidently kind of sucked a lot as a result of that whole incident, but there was a television series called Trust in 2018 on FX that was produced by Danny Boyle, who you may know from, a lot of stuff. The Trainspotting movie, singular. I think there was only one, right? Ha 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 ha. Little joke there. And then the 28 Days Later, I think, is him too. Blah, 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 blah. I'm getting off on tangents now, but I got to do something to just, there's some hardcore White Zombie fans that might already know every single thing I'm saying about White Zombie so far. They need a little surprise, a little something else in the ears. But to wrap up, I got to say, I think it was great to read. What a nice time that was for Sean, because I've read Al Jurgensen's autobiography all the way through, and I've jumped back into various chapters of it one or two times since I initially read the whole thing. for references on the show and little YouTube video things I was talking about in the past. And he never comes across as a great guy, even when he's telling his own story. So I like that heartwarming bit from her perspective, that he was pretty fantastic and actually the kind of person that made her feel comfortable, as opposed to everything he talks about in his book where, it's just chaos all the time that he feels should be normal. And anyone that doesn't act or live the way he does is a pussy, especially people in his own band. So now I'm going to jump even further afield as far as the authors that we're talking about here that should be involved in white zombie business, to Scott Ian from Anthrax from this book, I'm the Man, because he talks about the time he was hanging out with Al and the time he's touring with White Zombie and that crossover there. And just wanted to also point out that if you want to know about the night that River Phoenix died at the Viper Room from two different perspectives of guys that were there the same night, both Al and Scott's book detail the events as they saw them. So anyways, we're talking about Sound of White Noise era Anthrax and the videos that Elektra Records wants to put out. He talks about having toured, in this had this big summer tour with White Zombie and Quicksand, and they had some success with a video for Only, I guess. The record was going gold. Let's see, most of the tour signed up after the tickets became available. Everyone wanted to get a second single out, and they want to go with Room for One More. And blah, 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 argue. He's comparing it to Metallica, their choices, Elektra, because they're on the same label. I'll let you read that if you want. Go buy the book or steal the book or go look it up on archive.org and Control F, any search terms you want to check out for free while you still can. But the point is, Elektra fights with them over the next single release and next video release, and they want to go with Black Lodge. Ironically, a video I never even saw until I bought their DVD collection back in 1999. I saw the other two on Headbangers Ball, though. So they want to get Mark Pellington, the guy that did Pearl Jam's Jeremy, and they want to spend $400,000 on the video. He says, the contract with Elektra gave us creative control. This is relevant to the next part of the conversation. We had to agree with what they wanted to do, so we said we needed a couple of days to mull it over. Charlie, Johnny, and I had a meeting and decided to go with Elektra's decision, even though it wasn't what we felt in our gut was the right move. Their machine was well-oiled and running like a fine Swiss timepiece. Who are we to argue with success? Then they find out Mark Pellington wants to do it, but he's still got to finish making a documentary and wasn't available right away. So they start the tour with White Zombie without a new video. Rob watched us every night from the side of the stage, and one day he asked me, why isn't Room for One More your single? That song fucking rules. I told him it was supposed to be, but the label decided to go to get Mark Pellington to shoot a video for Black Lodge, which the label thought had more bang for the buck. Which makes no sense. They're going to spend more money. That's not more bang for the buck. That's the opposite of bang for the buck. That's over expenditure for what is going to be less exposure because it's a slower, moodier song that's not going to give Anthrax fans what they want. And Headbangers Ball's not going to want to play it. This is okay. This is just me thinking, okay, out loud. I just don't. The fullness of time has shown that the Elektra Records people screwed over every hard rock and heavy metal band that they had at that time after this little merger or takeover or whatever it was that brought in some new people that didn't really like the kind of bands they were supposed to be working for at the time. Check out Motley Crue's The Dirt. I'm not a huge Motley Crue fan, but that's one of those things that's kind of easy to take their side, especially when it's the same thing Anthrax said. So anyhow, blah, blah, blah. For all of Rob's outrageous music, videos, and films, he's the most level-headed, down-to-earth guy ever. And he's an astute businessman. Our radar should have blipped when he asked why Room for One More wasn't the single, but we went with the program. As wild as Rob Zombie was during White Zombie's show, he was the exact opposite of the guy he was getting compared to at the time, Ministry's Al Jurgensen. Background there for a few paragraphs on Scott, getting to know Al, meeting him, liking his music. When we got to Chicago on the first leg of the Sound of White Noise tour, Al joined us on stage at the Aragon Ballroom, and we played Thieves. Afterwards, he took me for a ride in his brand new, insanely fast Nissan. He told me it was the fastest street legal car in the United States, and it sure felt like it. He was driving 100 miles per hour from club to whatever bar we were headed to. He was a maniac behind the wheel, and far from sober maniac. I was clinging to the seat of the side of the seat for dear life, like that would protect me if we plowed into a brick wall. Al told me how, a year earlier, he had Eddie Vedder shitting his pants, like I was, in his car. And then he played him Speak English or Die, which was apparently a huge inspiration for Al to add thrash metal guitars to his electronic music. At the end of the night, he said, maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow, maybe I'll come to Detroit. I like to point out that in Scott's second book, he takes that little nugget of truth and extrapolates it into a whole chapter about how, because of that, Nine Inch Nails wins an Oscar or a Grammy or whatever the hell it is, because Nine Inch Nails was influenced by Ministry, and Ministry was influenced by Stormtroopers of Death. And that's Scott's other band. There. Now you know that from his point of view. So, it turns out Al does come up to Detroit. They have another wild night hanging out. He says, I'll see you in Cleveland the next day, and drives off in his car. And he goes, dude, why don't you just ride in the bus with us? Nah, I'm having a blast driving this car. Sure enough, he showed up in Cleveland. We were playing an outdoor venue called the Nautica Stage. At the time, we had 2 buses, one for the band and one for the crew. All the partying happened on the crew bus, which enabled us to keep the band bus nice and clean. That's the night Al tried to pick a fight with Rob Zombie. Maybe they exchanged words over something that had gone down over the past couple of days, and the confrontation came to a head in Cleveland. At the time, Al was seeing White Zombie's bassist, Sean Yseult, and she and Rob had been a couple for years. Sorry, threw myself off there. I was reading ahead and seeing the phrase couple of years, but no, it's they've been a couple for years. Whatever. Al was standing outside White Zombie's bus, banging on the door, calling Rob a pussy and screaming at him to get off the bus and get his ass kicked. Rob had no intention of leaving the bus and did the smart thing by just ignoring Al. After about 10 minutes of banging on the door, Al gave up and staggered to our crew bus. Later that night, mind you all, same night, I was back on the band bus. The TV was on in the background. I was eating a chicken sandwich when the front door burst open and Al came storming in and ran through the bus, wild-eyed, gesticulating and screaming, "That fucking bitch! That fucking whore! That fucking cunt!" Dude, I said, "What's wrong? Calm down." "That fucking bitch," he repeated. "I went in the back room of the crew bus with this fucking pig. She started going down on me, and the next thing I knew, she fucking straddles me and slips my cock into her pussy." Al was apoplectic at this point. I screamed, "God damn it, you fucking bitch," and threw her off me. And I ran off the bus trying to pull my pants up. I came over here. Who knows what fucking disease that whore has? "Dude, calm down," I said, trying to chill him out before he started smashing things on our bus. "Don't worry, I'm sure you're fine. Why don't you go inside the venue? Maybe you can find a shower and rinse off." Al looked at the table where I was sitting in front of the bus, and there was a stack of unopened Domino's pizza boxes waiting for the band and crew. He walked over, opened up the box, raked his hand across the pizza, dragging the cheels and piping hot sauce under his fingernails. He put his hand down his pants and started rubbing his cock and balls really hard with the steaming cheese and sauce. He screamed and looked at me with frantic desperation. "Dude, what the fuck are you doing?" I said. "Seriously, are you tripping?" He looked at me and said, "I read somewhere that acid in tomato sauce will kill any STD. That's right, isn't it? Didn't you hear that?" Of course, I hadn't heard any such thing, but I figured I'd go along with him. "Yeah, right, Al, I think you're right." He calmed down right away, sat down and had a drink, and got back off the bus and wandered into the night to find another party. Pizza, cheese, and sauce were dribbling all over the front of his pants. After that show, we told Al he needed to lose his car if he wanted to stay out with us. He could either leave it in Cleveland and maybe fly back there at some point and drive it home, or we could figure out another plan because it wasn't safe for him to be driving long distances in the condition he was in after shows. Blibbity blobbity blue. We paid for him to fly to New York to hang out with us. As far as I know, he went to bed that night in the hotel with his pants filled with cheese and sauce. He wasn't big on hygiene, so I doubt he showered at the hotel, and I'm sure he drove with it to Chicago. He probably figured the longer he left it in there, the better chance it had of killing any possible disease he might have contracted from that girl. So, yeah. The next bit, a couple paragraphs later, says, "The whole tour with White Zombie and Quicksand was great. Zombie were right on the verge of breaking. Beavis and Butthead was playing the shit out of Thunder Kiss 65, and when those animated characters got behind something, it was destined to explode. It's such a weird concept that a cartoon show where moronic high school kids almost arbitrarily ranked videos by saying that's cool or that sucks had such an impact on the American public, but it did. Typo Negative got big thanks to Beavis and Butthead, and their undiluted praise for Danzig sent him over the top as well. White Zombie quickly became bigger than us. But the timing was good because it brought tons of people to the venues. I got up and played Thunder Kiss 65 a bunch of times with Zombie. They would close with it. Charlie and I chose Quicksand as an opener because we love those guys. Our audience didn't know them, and I didn't know that they converted much of our crowd. But having them on the road with us was our personal selfish indulgence because we were in a position to say, hey, we want Quicksand with us. We don't care what the promoters think. Then it moves on to Black Lodge and Mark Pellington and Elektra Records and blah, blah, blah. So that's the Zombie part with the Al part and the Sean. Well, actually, that's the thing. The reason I read that, Sean's not in there, is it? Is she? So the telling from Al's point of view and the telling from Scott's point of view of that Rob Zombie fight, almost, or the cat fight with Sean and Sherry Moon, I don't know. If it happened, Scott Ian didn't see it and write about it. And if it happened, Sean certainly didn't want to bring it up in her book. I choose to enjoy Al Jurgensen's side of the story when it comes to everything in his book, which is to say, enjoy is not the same as believe. And who cares? Now, if you heard my Deadpool episodes about Guns N' Roses, you know that I got really excited jumping into the website tvtropes.com while doing research on both the film and the band, and I'm happy to say there's some fun stuff involving White Zombie on both ends of that, both sides of that coin. So, I mean, I'm not going to go through all of them. It's a fun website that people sort of compile all these, well, if you probably know what tropes are, but it's running themes that can get very, very highly specific. It seems highly specific and weird, but then you reflect on how many, via the website, how many billions of TV shows and movies and other forms of entertainment have the exact same theme. Like for White Zombie, the film, there's a bunch of them, not all of them worth going over, but each one of them has a clickable hyperlink to that entry in the TV Tropes website, right? So you can go deeper, you can find out what other movies use it. One of them is ambiguous situation. The carriage driver implies that zombies are the corpses of men who murder Bela Lugosi's character, killed and reanimated from the grave. The missionary implies that murder's victims are alive, just having lost their minds, and that he gave them the illusion of death so that he could kidnap them. Madeline seems to be the latter, as murder's death and possibly the power of love, also hyperlinked, are enough to make her come to her senses. This also seems to be the case with Beaumont. Another entry, anything but that. Beaumont's reaction when he realizes what is coming up to him after Legendre poisons him. Big ol' eyebrows, sported by Chauvin, one of the zombies. Body horror. Much of this movie doesn't age well, but this trope is used for a thoroughly chilling moment. While Madeleine fell directly into her non-death after taking a full dose of the potion, Beaumont realizes what's up after taking only a sip of the poison wine. The result for him is much worse. He changes into a zombie slowly, while being awake and aware the whole time, but unable to talk. The scene where a twitching, wild-eyed Beaumont just manages to extend a hand in supplication to Legendre, only for Legendre to brusquely brush it away, is quite disturbing. Disney villain death. Legendre dies when Beaumont uses his last ounce of will to push him over a ledge to the rocks below. Let's see. Hypnotic eyes. When Beaumont orders Silver to attack Legendre, he hypnotizes him, and he is helplessly carried away by his zombies. Names to run away from really fast. Murder Legendre. No OSHA compliance. If you've ever worked in a factory situation or a warehouse situation, you know what OSHA compliance is. One of the undead laborers at the sugar mill is shown tripping over and falling into the sugarcane grounder and is crushed to death by the machine's uncaring operators. That was my favorite part of the whole movie the first time I saw it. Standard psychic stance. Legendre employs his hypnotic powers by hand gestures, usually by clenching them together. Technically living zombie. Madeleine's condition as the eponymous white zombie. The missionary implies that all of Legendre's victims are this, and the idea of them being living corpses is superstitious nonsense. Let's see. Voodoo zombie. Legendre's slaves. They are classic voodoo zombies, either living people or reanimated corpses who have been enslaved by voodoo magic to serve a master. The later idea of zombies as monsters out to eat people was basically invented by George A. Romero in Night of the Living Dead in 1968, over 30 years after this movie. And then it was his former partner making that. This is your narrator speaking, not the website. Making that, I think it was the guy's name John Russo. When they sort of split up, and went off on their own to do their own movies in the future. I think Russo's the guy you can credit with zombies being popularized as eaters of human brains, specifically, not human meat. Because he made Return of the Living Dead. Might be wrong there. I mean, there's got to be some brain-eating movies before 1986. Shouldn't there be? Sorry, I'm yawning. I'm not tired, I swear. I don't want to go to bed, Mom. So this links to white zombie TV tropes for the band, but I didn't find anything all that exciting for us. There's another page for the movie, though, with some trivia about the 1932 film. Actor-inspired element. Bela Lugosi apparently helped rewrite and restage some scenes and even directed some retakes. There's an entry that says, creator's favorite episode. According to his son, the film was a personal favorite of Bela Lugosi's. Dark horse casting. Aside from Bela Lugosi and Joseph Cawthorne, the majority of the cast were actors from the silent era experiencing career downturns. Fake nationality. Bela Lugosi was, of course, Hungarian, playing a white Haitian. He speaks a few sentences of French in a flawless accent, and it's unknown if he was fluent in the language. Follow the leader. Film was made to cash in on America's growing fascination with voodoo, first starting with a 1929 book called The Magic Island, and then a Broadway play titled Zombie. The film was heavily inspired by the play in particular. Missing episode. It was thought to be completely lost until it was suddenly rediscovered in the 1960s. No budget. An independent film made for only $50,000. The Other Marty. Another unknown actor filmed some of the scenes as the coach driver before being replaced by Clarence Muse. Some footage of him survives in the finished film. Let me click the link for The Other Marty. What's that trope? Is it referring to Eric Stoltz in Back to the Future before they cast Michael J. Fox, it looks like? Yeah. Named for one of the more famous examples. All important scenes. Let's see. You might replace an actor after having them already film a substantial amount of the film. This means for all important scenes involving that actor, you have to reshoot it with your new performer. In some cases, quick shots of the original actor may find their way into the final cut, though you probably only notice this if you paused in those shots. It is, of course, much easier to pull off The Other Marty in animation and voice-only roles. But in all seriousness, done incorrectly, this may lead to, and then there's another trope, they changed it, now it sucks. Named for one of the more famous examples, originally Eric Stoltz was cast as Marty McFly in Back to the Future. Blah, 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 blah. They thought Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale thought his performance was too dark and replaced it with Michael J. Fox. But in the final cut of the movie, Stoltz can be seen driving the DeLorean in wide shots of the car chase at the mall. and it's his fist punching Biff Tannen in the diner. A lot of shots that don't have Marty on screen, but other actors are reacting to him. It's Stoltz who actually was originally shooting those. Okay. See also What Could Have Been, The Pete Best, Deleted Roll, and Fake Shemp. Fake Shemp is another nice little trivia phrase established by Rob Tappert, Sam Raimi, and Bruce Campbell from the first Evil Dead. Well, I mean, fake Shemps were they were the first ones to credit it in the credits of an actual movie, I believe. Maybe someone else did it that wasn't as well known, but you know, it's fake Shemps are a part of Three Stooges lore. Playing against type is another trope in this one in the trivia. Joseph Cawthorne was mainly known for playing the plucky comic relief. Prop recycling. The chair props were originally from The Cat and the Canary and recycled set. Many of the sets were recycled from other films. I love this part. The Great Halls came from Dracula, 1931. The Hanging Balcony from The Hunchback of Notre Dame in 23. The Dark Corridors from Frankenstein in 31. And Legendra's castle interiors from the RKO film, The King of Kings. RKO. Hell yeah. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on to more J stuff.
I'm putting it down, ain't I ain't hearing no amens, but I ain't wanting any. No. Hellfire. Hellfire. All right.
Now I'm going to go back to Jay Yuenger's blog. It is J with the letter J, Yuenger.com. Or it was. Or it is, but a lot of the content on the blog, it's a WordPress site that he started in 2008. He is clearly not paying for upkeep on it anymore because all the old image links are now broken. They were still active a couple years ago when I started grabbing screenshots and copying text and dropping it into documents of my own for notes. And I would say if you're a big fan, you didn't know he wrote a ton of stuff from 2008 to 2015-ish, go find his blog now. Get to it. Or go to the internet, or not the archive, the Wayback Machine, and see an earlier version of it if you can. Now, there's a chunk of his WordPress site where he just goes through every piece of gear that you've seen him play, or maybe haven't seen him play, and has reference photos of all the equipment. It's very cool. But I won't go through all of it, obviously. But let's go hit the high spots for White Zombie fans. He talks about, he had this Gibson Firebird that he bought for $200 in Chicago in '86. And he talks about how he customized it. He, got rid of some of the hardware, replaced some of the stuff, repainted it. And this is important for not necessarily White Zombie fans, but, guitar dorks like myself. If you've ever taken some stuff apart and put it back together and customize your own rig or put guitars together from parts and from scratch. He says, at the time, electric guitars weren't really collectible. I know this is crazy for some people to hear, but it's true. Those are my words, not his. But, the vintage guitar boom didn't happen until after Nirvana kind of made a lot of Fender guitars cool, like quirkier Fender guitars cooler again. Jag Stangs, Jazz Masters. I mean, there was more people besides Kurt Cobain doing that for the guitar market, but, the last person you saw playing a Jazz Master in a popular rock band might have been Elvis Costello before that in the early 80s. Anyway, he says, guitars weren't really collectible unless they were rare variants. I remember there were certain Fenders which had a particular cachet. Custom colors with matching headstocks were desirable, as were Jazz Masters and jazz basses with block inlays and reverse maple necks. They'd originally been very fancy and expensive or were particularly good players. Les Pauls could push an amp the hardest, especially if you raised the pickups as far as they would go. So those were good. Everything else was just an old guitar, which you could buy at a pawn shop. Look at photos of bands from the 80s. Rockabilly guys had beautiful old Gretches, which nobody else wanted. Metal players routed out 1960s Stratocasters to install locking tremolo systems and active pickups. If you don't know what those are, you don't need to, but if you want to know, look up those phrases. Invention of the locking tremolo. Invention of active pickups and how that changed heavy metal. This guitar, his Firebird, it was stored in the basement in Manila or underwater possibly, was within my meager budget, and it had voodoo quality you learn to recognize after you've been playing for a while. You can pick up a guitar, and by the heft and balance of it, the way it feels in your hands, the way the wood resonates when you tap it, you just know when you've got a good one. You don't have to plug it in. You don't even have to play a note. And I will say, as a luthier who has gone to a guitar building school many years ago, when I was a young man, back in the, early 1930s, that's a real thing. If you pick up a guitar, acoustic or electric, and tap on the body or tap on the neck and feel a vibration coming through to your other hand holding it, that's special. Acoustics more likely will do it, but electrics don't have to have that kind of resonant quality to be sold. And they don't have to have it necessarily to sound good electronically, but it helps. I tossed all the hardware except the pickups and tuners. I know, but remember, that stuff wasn't worth anything in 1986, and that's the thing I wanted to get to. It's true. It's like wise men have said, people love saying, if my mom, she hadn't thrown away all my baseball cards when I was a kid, they'd be worth something now. And then the wiser man says, no, they're worth something now because your mom threw those baseball cards away. That's what creates scarcity. Yeah. Joe Perry of Aerosmith has talked. I read an interview with him once where he talked about I had some Gibson bass from the 60s that I just yanked the electronics out of and put a Bill Lawrence pickup in there because why not? At the time, didn't matter. It was 1979. No one cared about the original wiring or the pickups of the stuff from those days. Nobody wanted them anymore. Blah 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 blah. That guitar, yada yada yada. I moved to New York at the end of '87. Sat out the following year. Worked, took the bus. Failed to meet anyone who wanted to start a band. Wrote long letters to dispersed friends. Went to CBGB by myself. And joined White Zombie in the beginning of 1989. I quickly acquired a more suitable pointy headstock and locking tremolo guitar, but the Firebird served as my onstage spare through early 1990 when the headstock snapped on the way back from our first European tour. 1990 to 91, we played shows, hustled, got signed, recorded La Sexorcisto, moved to Los Angeles, and we brought what we could fit in the van, which outside of functioning gear wasn't much. Our friend Damien, the character in the Thunderkiss video, in the long johns and the skull mask, that's Damien. Lived with his grandparents in a big apartment in Brooklyn where he let me store my meager stuff, the Firebird, a few crates of LPs, and some books. The building burned down a couple of months later, destroying everything. Now you can burn a building down, can't erase a memory. Because it was 1990. Get it? If you don't, that's okay. You'll be fine. As far as I know, there's no surviving photograph of that guitar in its original blue-black chrome incarnation or after Rob and Sean covered it in glittery, prismatic silver, red, and green flames. Guitar number 2, Charvel 6, known to fans as the STP guitar or the 666 guitar. Basically, and I'm not doing this so you can learn about his gear as much as his gear tells the story of the White Zombie timeline. There's a great book on Jimi Hendrix. If you're a Hendrix fan and you don't know about it, find a copy of Jimi Hendrix Gear. It is sort of a soft cover coffee table book size thing, big color pictures and tons of text about every amp, every guitar, every pedal that you could catalog about that Jimi Hendrix used that is sort of relevant to his timeline. And the explanation of that gear gives you a picture of where he was in his musical life at that time and in his career. It's wonderful. And I'm going to totally lean on that for a Jimi Hendrix episode. Another one I've been planning for 2.5 years. God damn it. Oh, I'm gonna die with so many episodes I haven't done yet. I'm gonna be so pissed. No, I won't. I'll just be happy it's over. It's just Mars finally invades, and all my it's just my ambitions are finally done. So, anyways, he says, basically a made in Japan version of a Jackson soloist. It has a fairly chunky, slightly miniature quality that an actual USA Jackson doesn't, but it's totally playable. The features include neck-through construction. I don't know about that because this is one of those things that luthiers know what that means and players don't always use it properly. I'm not saying Jay Yuenger is a dumbass. If he says it's a neck-through guitar, fine. But for the most part, a lot of people mistake the neck-through phrase for set neck. There's bolt-on necks like Fenders. You got 4 screws, 3 screws, 5 screws, whatever it is, in the back of the neck, bolting it to the body. That's one kind of construction. No glue. Then you got set neck. It's, Gibson is the main one you think of. It's a neck that has like, the tongue and groove sort of construction style thing with wood, where you have like one piece fits into another like a child's toy or a Lego or some sort of a thing goes into a thing, wood wise, and then you glue it together, you clamp it, and the whole thing holds nice and tight. Neck through construction is the neck is built to be super long as the body. And you glue just wings on the side of the long part of the neck to where the body is. It's totally different than a set neck. That's all well and good to keep construction costs down to make the whole process go a little faster. But if that neck gets broken, your whole guitar is useless. Whereas a set neck, you can perform an operation where you can drill holes in the fretboard and steam the glue. You can force some steam into the neck pocket and make the glue soft again and separate the neck if you had to totally replace it with something else. I mean, most people don't. You're going to get rid of the guitar, or you're going to, that's if the whole neck is destroyed, which doesn't happen that often. Usually you just break a headstock and you glue it back on and you're fine. Anyhow, set neck construction is rare. But it's not a thing that happens very often. But the nomenclature for set neck kind of sometimes bleeds over into neck through. Aren't you glad you know that now? The guys that already know that now are like, yeah, I know, asshole. Keep going. Shut up. And the people that don't know that are like, yeah, asshole, I don't care. Shut up. So he says, bound neck, headstock, bound neck and headstock. There's binding around it. It's a nice little decorative sort of thing that creates a border around everything. Jackson humbucker, 2 singles. Everybody who bought one of these has replaced them. Yes, they did, because you didn't buy a Jackson guitar. If you bought a Jackson guitar, you didn't want the Jackson pickups. You put some DiMarzios in there or some EMGs for the most part. Maybe a Duncan if it was a high output like a JB. Let's see. It came with a funny silver plastic case that looked like a NASA equipment container. In February '89, right after I joined the band, Sam Ash, or was it Manny's, on 48th Street got a big shipment of these and blew them out for $350. Sean and I went up there together, and I bought one, and she bought the matching Charvel bass. Now that I think about it, half the bands in New York City, Prong, Biohazard, Lunachicks, and more, had one of these on sale Model 6s or some other inexpensive Charvel. At that time, people didn't want Gibsons or Fenders, which seemed old-fashioned, or cheap garage band guitars, which everybody appreciated but were strictly for display. See the Tisco Del Rey we talked about earlier. They wanted high-functioning heavy metal guitars, hot rod parts, strats, pointy headstocks, install a better pickup, cover your guitar with stickers, get your strings good and stretched out the night before a gig, and go! Yes. He's so good. He's such a good storyteller. He's such a good narrator. God damn it. How can I like this guy anymore? Jesus Christ. Not much to say about this one, except that it was solid. It was solid. It was a workhorse. Sounded pretty good. My main guitar from my first show with White Zombie through my first tour, USA, summer 1989. Second tour, Europe, winter 89 to 90. Recording of La Sexorcisto and the first half of the tour for that album. I didn't do anything to it except drop an EMG 81 into the bridge and an EMG single coil into the neck. I left the middle route empty. Good man. Good man. Who cares? There were many on-off switches for each pickup, which I thought was dumb, so I installed a Gibson style through. I was like, hell yeah, good man. I've been asked many times if the White Zombie logo on the headstock was a custom inlay. It's a sticker. Yeah, inlay means, if you're not a furniture builder or a luthier, inlay means somebody, as broke as him would have had to hire someone to like carve out some of the wood and the lacquer finish, the covering of the headstock of the guitar very, very neatly and precisely, and then drop inlay to lay in another material. Like with guitars, it's usually like a shell, abalone shell or mother of pearl or some decorative, reflective material. And in 1989, that was a big job. From 2000 onwards, in the era of like laser cutting and CNC machines, I mean, companies will cut you out inlay logos for things, very thin. They can waste a lot less, abalone shell, a lot less pearl, a lot less mother of pearl. They can slice it thinner in the era, and the last 23 years, good heavens, in ways that wasn't possible any time before that, let alone 1989 and 1990. No, broke-ass Jay Yuenger did not have a professional inlay a White Zombie logo into the headstock. It was a sticker. I love that detail so much. I love knowing that, though. I love that he cared enough to have a three-way switch put in. Yeah, those mini switches were dumb and dorky. They looked like they were on 80s and 90s guitars, and they looked like something off of some stupid PC gamer rig. I don't know. I didn't have computers growing up. I don't know. I didn't play video games. But like a little tiny toggle switches for a control panel or something. It sucks. They suck, and they're cheap parts. It's a sticker, and the question always surprises me because I had no more access at that time to a skilled luthier than I did to a spaceship. A funny thing about a guitar with a locking tremolo system is that it will often stay in tune better than one with a standard stop tailpiece. How do you like that G string, Gibson players? Pause. For the if you know crowd. However, restringing is a drawn-out, even stressful ordeal. Oh, yeah, that is. That's why I charge an extra $15 an hour for setting up a Floyd Rose locking tremolo. It only takes an hour and a half, but, but it's way different than doing a Gibson or a Fender or a Gretsch or anything else. Maybe almost as awful as a Rickenbacker 12-string, but those should all be destroyed. He says, you get used to it, but it sucks. And the bridge sometimes requires a daily bit of adjustment to perform really well. I didn't have a guitar tech till much later. I didn't have access to the wealth of information available today for every aspect of guitar maintenance. And this is where I want to point out that, like, my very good, very nice, amazing guitarist and songwriter friend Dan Tyson told me when he was at GIT in Hollywood, California in 1994, they charged more down at the guitar shops for setting up your rig than, like, twice as much No, I think you said it was $90. $1994, $90 for a setup down there. Where I worked in the repair industry for years, and I still do privately. $60 for most setups, $75 for Floyd Rose. But if you're in certain areas where the demand is so high and you're just choked with guitar players that have locking tremolos, that price, $90 in '94, is insane for anywhere else in the country and besides Hollywood. It's so bonkers. And I'm saying this to reiterate his point, because no one had the internet. You had to purchase, maybe you could purchase a book written by a columnist for Guitar Player magazine, Dan Erlewine, about how to set up every single kind of electric guitar, for $25.95, if you could find a bookstore. You didn't have Amazon. There was no chain. There was chain books. There was like Walden Books and B. Dalton and the malls and stuff. But they were a lot more interested in selling paperbacks than they were the huge, technical manuals for guitar repair wannabes. Maybe you'd find it in the back of a guitar magazine, like an ad. You could call a 1-800 number or send a check to a P.O. box and order a guitar maintenance book. But it was not common knowledge. You had to pay somebody or learn it yourself the hard way. And he sounds like he's writing like someone who's learned it the hard way on his own. Let's see. I sure didn't know much about setup and intonation. I just wanted the thing to be stable and play in tune. So I put a block behind the tremolo, actually a piece of hard rubber. And by the way, a lot of guys in this era and beyond would just use a 9-volt battery for that, so that when you so that the bridge would stay in place. It wouldn't be so sensitive to like every time you touched it. If this doesn't make any sense to you, I promise we'll get past it and we'll move on to something else pretty quick. Not everyone likes the tech stuff, but this is more for like where he was at that time in his life as a guitar player. So, you could pull back just a tiny bit, basically mostly dive forward. In 1992, we played MTV host Ricky Rackman's birthday party at the Palace in Hollywood, as did Pantera. They used our gear because their stuff was somewhere else. They get drunk a lot. I assume that's probably that makes sense. And Daryl couldn't do any of his signature whammy squeal harmonic tricks with my guitar, which I'm sure seemed like a toy to him. He reacted with the charismatic good humor, but kept catching my eye with what the fuck am I supposed to do with this thing? Look, there's a photo somewhere. Dimebag was really specific about his gear, and there are plenty of YouTube guys, especially the amazing Ola Englund, who, and I think on Instagram, there's a Dimebag Rig Project account. Check those out if you want to know the ins and outs of Dimebag's gear. But yeah, he had his shit dialed in since the 80s, and his playing is what his playing is. He's an expert player. And as we all know, it's all about how you play and what's in your fingers, not the gear you're using, except the fact that if Dimebag wanted to pull off his signature moves and his really long harmonic squealy noises that sustain for days, he had to have the kind of EQ he had through the kind of, Randall amps he was used to with his MXR flanger doubler and the kind of atmospheric sound to like carry it and build that atmosphere, whether it was through delay and reverb or whatever. That's the part where I'm not very knowledgeable. But he was such an artist when it came to his tone. He knew how to craft the electronic chain, between his fingers and his speakers to make the things pop and just fly out of the guitar the way he wanted them to when he was playing the way he did. So it's not about like, oh, without your gear, you're not a good guitar player. No, he was an amazing guitar player, but he's so good. He's so in control of his rig and so in control of the flow of his signal chain and his, EQ and all the frequencies and how they're compressed and how they are amplified. He's built a relationship with his instrument that is not just the 6 strings. It's 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 components. That's what an artist does. I'm sure Picasso could do a very nice portrait of you and your friend on the beach in a dune buggy if he had to save his life. But, most people would rather look at a Picasso done with the kind of paints that he liked and the kind of brush that he liked and the kind of canvas that he liked. You dig? Now let's wrap this bit up with his last paragraph here that I fucking love. What stands out in my mind about that period is how much I didn't know about my gear, which I was using every day, traveling with, depending on. My Firebird broke in the cargo hold of an airplane because I had no idea you're supposed to loosen a guitar's strings when flying. Sidebar. Duff McKagan talked about ripping off girls that he was having sex with in the 80s by giving them a line, especially strippers, by giving them a line like, oh, hey, baby, like I had my bass shipped from back home in Seattle and my cousin didn't loosen the strings on the bass. Now the neck is broken. And now I need like a few $100 to get my bass fixed or I can't play any shows. And then he would get money from his like stripper girlfriend or whatever. That's the thing. Loosen those strings. At the very least, I assume the neck's going to get pretty fucked up by that sudden pressure change in the air in that cargo hold from flying up to 35,000 feet and then coming back down. He says, the first time I played in LA, my Charvel 6 mysteriously stopped working and I had to finish the set with the Firebird, which sounded pretty good actually. The next day I was, to put it lightly, concerned. And L7's Jennifer Finch, who was kindly showing us around, said, well, when's the last time you changed the battery? I was like, there's a battery? I had no idea what active pickup meant. In the studio during the recording of La Sexorcisto, we covered this elsewhere, the tubes of my JCM 800 started to glow super hot, and then the amp blew. Oh no, what have I done to this thing? Producer Andy Wallace said, when's the last time you changed your tubes? I had no idea tubes didn't last indefinitely. You can hear a marked difference in the tone between the songs of the album that were recorded pre and post Amplifier Meltdown. Thunder Kiss 65 appropriately features the sound of a Marshall that's about to explode. Right, I'm going to read in Guitar Magazine for the Practicing Musician article from 1994 from February. This is a feature of it's John Christ from Danzig, interviewing Jay Yuenger and Rob Straker. Rob Zombie. Rob Cummings. All together. And it's pretty neat. And the cover of this guitar for the Practicing Musician magazine has Alex Lifeson, Jason Becker, and White Zombie by Danzig's John Christ. You'll be happy to know that the transcriptions all have bass lines. Sepultura, Refuse, Resist, Tool, and Sober. Rush with Cold Fire, and Frank Zappa with Dirty Love. As well as Little Feat's Dixie Chicken. It's a pretty fun little magazine. If you want to check it out sometime on your newsstands currently. I'll try something I don't usually do, but there's the thing about reading these on the Codpast, it gets annoying to the ear if a person's like, and then Rob Zombie says this, and then Jay says this, and then John Christ asks this. So without upping the production value of this little technological endeavor, meaning, without recording the three voices separately on different tracks or trying some inventive way of distinguishing them technologically, or having friends come over to read these parts, like I did with the Guns N' Roses bit. And if you haven't heard the Guns N' Roses bit, please check out I think that's the last episode of my Deadpool episode. My friends all got together with me because they're very nice, and I made them read different parts of a 1986 Guns N' Roses interview with LA Musician Magazine. I'm just going to do funny voices, and this is not to degrade the people. I am a huge fan of John Christ and Jay Yuenger and Rob Zombie. It should go without saying. But, man, all three of these people did some awesome stuff that influenced me to whatever degree that's trackable or relatable or rewardable. I'll just do different voices for each person. So I'll do John Christ for I didn't mean to go Christ. I didn't mean to go. If I say Irish, then someone's going to say it was Scottish. If I say it's Scottish, then someone's going to say it's Irish. I don't know. It's a late night. It's a Sunday. I've been unemployed for a long time, and I got a cold. So sorry, folks, if I don't sound super high energy. But I'll do John Christ in a voice like this. Swamp monster voice. I'll do Jay Yuenger in this sort of voice for no good reason. No good reason. And Rob, I don't know if Rob says as much. We'll see. Does anybody else? I think, yeah, he sounds off quite a bit, but he's very short little responses. Rob, I'll do Rob like this. This is how I'll do Rob, which is probably a bit ironic because, Jay was the one that actually, I think, lived in Chicago for a while. So I'll do the opposite of what would make the most sense. I don't know that Jay lived in Chicago all that long, but Rob's going to have this voice like he's, like maybe he went to a few Second City shows back in the day. Maybe he was from Canada. Maybe he's from Chicago. I've now offended everybody in Chicago and Canada. But, if you want to pull your money for your financial support from the podcast, I understand if you're that offended. I'm sorry. I will do. Please send me, if these voices offend you, please send me your credit card number and address and the little 3-digit number on the back of the card, and I'll make sure everything works out right for one of us. Here's how it starts. The first page. I should read the intro. I Walked with a Zombie by John Christ of Danzig. Ho, 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 ho. Every other magazine feature about this band and Rob Zombie's solo career early on. Some funny editor would title it, I Walked with a Zombie, or I Talked with a Zombie. Just like some of the more guitar-centric features of Jay and Sean would be titled, The Iceman Cometh. Ho, ho, ho. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, God. I'm glad print media is mostly dead. Anyways, it says, White Zombie and Danzig were hip to one another's music long before MTV, and burgeoning legions of new fans recently, quote, discovered, unquote, either band. Yeah, loser, reading this. You're dumb for liking them now. What, you didn't see them? You didn't see White Zombie in New York City in 1987? You poser. Rob Zombie, let's see. Oh, sorry. For former tour mates, John Christ, Rob Zombie, and Jay Yuenger, the only thing ghoulish to the idea of converging in a little... What? Let me read that again. For former tour mates, John Christ, Rob Zombie, and Jay Yuenger, there should be a comma there. The only thing ghoulish to the idea of converging in a little house just outside of LA to compare notes about their respective creative habits was confronting the inherent nightmares of making money for making music. It's a terrible sentence, and it's missing some sort of extra words or punctuation. Well, all right. So I had a dream. And being a member of the Christ family, the trusted tablets of interview questions were brought to me in a vision. Not this old rap! Laughter. I hate it when that happens. Let's start with a little band history. When did you guys start? They put the in for Rob. M, dot, an extra dot. Not just an ellipses, there's 4 of them. We started in 85. It was that long ago. Yeah, we're really old, man. We are old fucks. I thought we were old. We started in 87. Hey, don't kid yourself. You guys are old, bub. Laughter. Okay, so it was 85. So, Rob, that was you and Sean. Jay, were you from New York originally? No, I didn't drip in until 89. I replaced their 4th guitar player. The revolving door policy. Laughter. The whole idea of the band was always a cross between Kiss, Alice Cooper, Black Flag, and Bad Brains. The really big, over-the-top early 70s stuff. Mixed with really totally aggressive early 80s type hardcore stuff. I don't know if it sounds like that or if it comes off like that, but that's what the whole motivation was. Who are some of your influences? I started out playing punk rock, so Johnny Ramone. There's a surprise! Punk rock! Oh, totally, man. Greg Ginn of Black Flag and shit like that. That's just how I started playing. That has nothing to do with how we play now. Those were the early influences, but now it's anybody cool. From the 70s, up through the guys in Slayer. La Sexorcisto was your first album with White Zombie, but it doesn't sound very punk rock. There are a couple of songs where the timing would radically change and go to a different cut, like near the end of Soul Crusher. Did that just come out somehow when you were writing? A lot of those songs we had been playing live for a long time before we ever recorded them. Then you figure out what's cool and what sucks. Oh, the kids are all rocking. Or now they're all standing still, so maybe we should speed up that part. You chop apart songs and steal parts of them for other songs. We had a long time to do that before we actually recorded La Sexorcisto, Devil Music Volume 1, so everything's just kind of all mixed up together. On the next album, we're going to make a record for a record's sake. We wanted to make sense in case someone never sees us. But back then it's, let's try to get the live thing on the record. On. On some of the songs, you got some heavy syncopation. Is that just the style, or were you listening to funk stuff? Or what? I was listening to a lot of rap music. I don't think it was intentional at all. We just wanted everything to groove. Well, it was the drums that brought it out. When I'm banging out tunes, I don't necessarily hear the drums in my head until after I've got an idea going. I think we always hear the drums first and then try to mix it up over that. Wherever style there is on the record isn't really intentional. It's just that we listen to so much different stuff. So, how do you guys get into the creative thing? When you're working on tunes, Most of what has come out has been Rob and I. Like me bouncing stuff off him, or him bouncing stuff off me. But everybody writes. We don't usually sit at home. We usually write in the studio. Usually Jay says, I got an idea like this, and I'll say, wow, that's really cool, but change this part. Or I'll say, how about something like this, but play it for real? We just keep twisting it. We pretty much always involve the drums from the first second, and because if it doesn't groove with drum beat, then I really don't want to play it. If it's not going to move you, forget about it. That's why I always think it's good that I don't play an instrument, because musicians always get so into the fact that they're playing. They're enjoying it. It's good for someone who's not playing to sit there and say, well, yeah, it might be fun to play that part. Oh, sorry, back it up. It might be fun to play, but that part is really boring. Jay laughs. Or maybe that 16th note is interesting to you, but the average listener doesn't give a shit. We kind of keep it real so that it gets right to the point. On the album, the rhythm guitars are so important, and the solos are more in the back. Is that because you wanted to just drive all the way through and have the guitar leads come in around the rest? They're playing the same kind of role as the vocals. We had a concept that all the guitar colorings and samples would be kind of the same thing, but that the song, as it is live, would be the basic thing. We never wanted to break the groove just for a solo, because just to stop and say, here's the solo section, no one cares. But as long as kids are still grooving, they get totally into it. Oh, he's soloing too, that's cool. But you don't want to bring it to a screeching halt just for a solo. That's right. Take note, Van Halen fans. Take note, Pantera fans. Nobody likes that. And live, it's tough to pull off a big solo section with just the basic parts. Yeah, we knew everything had to work with one guitar. Speaking of that, being solo guitarist in the band, there are different things that we have to do. It's almost as if you have to play a dual role, rhythm leader and soloist. Figure out which solos to eliminate and which to keep. Do you ever just get carried away and think, oh man, I want to do a blazing solo over this whole part, laughter. And then Rob will say, I don't know, man, that's too much stuff like Glenn Danzig does to me. I'll start to go and go and go. Every time I do a pass, I'll start to get more into it. And then when I'm getting closer to what I want, he says, too many notes. Laughter. I'm like, I'm just developing here. I'm just getting to it. He's like, simple it out. Do a couple of themes, melodic ideas, and variations of that. So I get some sort of motif going and then repeat it. And that's what I've had, in italics, to do, because the lead sections are really short. I have to say what I gotta say. Then get the hell out. I'm just starting to learn how to even speak that language at all. I couldn't solo very well around the time that we made that last record. I'm learning more now. I'm always practicing. So who knows what'll happen. When you're doing your solos, do they come easily? Do you just go for it and let them go? Or do you sometimes get one idea and want to hammer it out until you get it perfect? There's both. I wrote the solo for I Am Hell from the Beavis and Butthead experience the first time we ever played that part live. Then when we recorded, we used the scratch solo as the solo. Your best solos are always one-take solos. Do you prefer to record the songs after you've been performing them live? There are songs that the first time we played them was when we recorded, so we obviously play them way better now. Like this Beavis and Butthead song, we played it on the Anthrax tour a million times and then recorded it. By the time we recorded it, it was so much cooler. We recorded it when we wrote it, it would have completely sucked it compared to how it is now. It's kind of an organic thing. You can't remember what you wrote when. Stuff just kind of ends up in a certain place. Playing it live first really is a big deal. One thing you always do if you record a song before you play it live is you record it too slow. Then you play and you're like, fuck, pick it up. That's what we were always doing. So on the new record, we were purposely recording everything faster than it seems it should be. Some people at Gaffin were saying that video exposure on Beavis and Butthead had a good impact on your record sales. It just got us a little attention and got us noticed by MTV. It mostly made MTV wake up more than anything else, which is very cool. On the road, you guys are finally out of the van and into a tour bus. How does that feel? Fucking great. The van is hell. So now you're getting a tour bus. Get your own hotel rooms. Rob sarcastically. Probably just like you guys. Laughter. Yeah, call the front desk and they'll do just about anything for you. Wash your clothes, bring your food, clean your room, wipe your butt. What do you think was your best show on the last tour you did with Danzig? Would it be Irvine Meadows on Halloween in 1992? Irvine would be the most fun. And shit, that was an awesome show. Irvine was the most memorable. What did you think was the worst? We played some real dives. Norway. Laughter. God, I hate Holland. What was the name of the place we played in Norway? I just remember you standing in the back with your little guitar thing on the piano where all the food was. Just playing for hours and hours. You wouldn't even look up. I didn't want to do anything except play. I did not want to be in Norway. And what was it? Sweden? Where we had the problem with the bootleggers out front. Then we were blowing the power out of the club. Europe, what a nightmare. Europe, what a hell. You can print that. Are you guys tuned to E-flat live? Yeah. And so far in the studio, you've used standard tuning with A at 440. Question mark. Yeah. But you're going to tune down this record? Some of it, yeah. We just don't know any better. Oh, sorry. I apologize, folks. Let me read. We just didn't know any better back then. We did the same thing for the first two albums. Were those first two albums in standard tuning? I'm gonna go check on that. The first one might. Yeah, first one was. Yeah. That's so funny. I always think Lucifuge is E flat. I'm probably wrong. John Christ is a smart fellow. He knows things. And it's 1994, so How the Gods Kill has been out for 2 years. His memory's pretty fresh for the first 3 records, I'm sure. Ooh, things are going to get bad between him and Danzig pretty soon. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Good Lord. Maybe my memory's bad because of the live versions of those tunes is E-flat on like Thrall, Demon Sweat Live and the Live on the Black Hand side, etc., etc. Yeah, you needed to know. You needed to hear me figure that out in real time. I'm sorry. So let's see. We might tune down even farther. A standard tuning, but way low. How low? Like Caius low, like down to C. Possibly, yeah. I know this band, Crowbar. They play in B. We'll see what happens. Piano strings on the guitar. Yeah. They're like 13s. It's weird, though. Detuning makes some stuff so heavy and some stuff just sound like crap. Some stuff just doesn't sound good that way. It just depends. Do you have any guitar songs in the works? Just guitar, no vocals. I might do something like that. That's instrumental. Might not. Haven't thought about it yet. If it makes sense, I am not against doing it as long as it makes sense in the whole scheme of things. Because you want to do this album as album-oriented, not just a bunch of songs thrown together. Yeah, just, usually your first major label album is whatever 10 songs you happen to have. Now we actually are looking at it like, we need more like this and less of this. We can really make it a well-packaged album. Most bands on their second albums throw out a piece of crap because they've been too busy touring to write songs. We want to be real conscious of that. The second album's real important because it determines whether or not you're going to be around for a while. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Wow. Oh. Well, one of you is. He was right. That second Geffen album made sure he was around for a long time. All faith and hope and charity and happiness to everyone in White Zombie that continued doing their own thing, their own way, because they had their own money after that second record. They could do whatever the hell they wanted, and I respect them a lot. But still, that woof. Funny to hear Rob Zombie before the recording of Astro Creep going, well, if the next one's really good, we'll be around for a while. Oh, no, you won't, buddy. The next one's going to be really good. So good that you won't be around with these guys for very long. As soon as you can do a little live movie premiere for Howard Stern with a bunch of no-name musicians with masks on their faces and go, hey, you know what's great? When I get to tell people what to do and they do it. And we don't have to argue anymore. And there's a song with like 2 guitar riffs and I just like sing through that Al Jurgensen vocal effect, from from like Scarecrow and NWO and everything else that Al Jurgensen uses that vocal effect on. And the devil's broom. Call me the duck intruder. Call me the thing in your pants. But with that filter. It makes it sound like that. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, here we go. Back to John Christ. It's the good thing about the second album is if it's decent. If it is comparable, it is that you've got the same amount of reaction almost right out of the box. Then it is up to the live show. Ooh. Everyone always says it's not as good as the last album anyway, so it doesn't matter, no matter what you do. So screw 'em. You like to think that every album is getting better. That's what they always say about you Danzig guys. The first album is the best one. No way, the second album is better. And the third is even better. I think they just like to pretend and say I was into them in the beginning. I listened to the first album and cringe. Really? I like the sound of the new one so much better. I cringe at the guitar sound and at the drum sound, the snare drum. Every time Chuck Biscuits does the snare drum, the rolls are distorted. You say, God, how could we leave that on there? There's no bass guitar on the first album whatsoever. So much more variety on the newer albums, too. Yeah, it's wetter. It's wetter. Wetter. Emphasis mine. We finally started using delay and reverb. Oh, what's that? We're moving into the 20th century all of a sudden. I hate dry records. They don't make sense. What are you going to do with this next album? Is it going to be more sparse as far as the parts? And more intense in the tracks and the sounds? It's a lot thicker sound-wise. But the parts are sparse in some ways. You mean sonically? Yeah, actual sound. There's a lot more going on, but it'll break down to just drums. The parts are actually more simplified. Not so many changes for so long. More to the point, hopefully. It's catchier, in a weird sort of way. So you're going for some shorter songs? Yeah, we're keeping everything shorter. We think that whatever we need to say, we can say in about 4 minutes. Sorry, I'll reread that. We can get it out in 4 minutes. It doesn't need to be 18 minutes long. A little more playing, a little more work, a little more honing of the parts. Yeah, because anything that's too long, we end up hating eventually. We're kind of planning for the future. That's a good idea. Are you thinking about changing anything stylistically? Any instruments or vocal things that are radically different from what you did last time? Actually, there's a lot of new vocal sounds. Phil has a lot of electronic drums, drum triggers and stuff. A lot of different drum sounds is a big thing. Is he going to use his acoustic drums with triggers for electronic drums? Yeah, he has those spiked so he can trigger explosions. Snare drum trigger. That makes a big difference when you're dealing with just typical drum kit. It can only go so far. But he hits one really weird sound that can totally inspire a whole song just because of that one sound. Same thing happened with Dirty Black Summer. We were messing around with it, and I went into a minor seventh with a tremolo in the chorus, and Glenn said, "What was that? Do that." That's such a cool part. I was just messing around with the chords, trying to come up with something different. Must have played it 500 times. I came across that and said, I knew what this song's going to be now. That'll happen a lot. And sometimes we'll be playing something and everybody else will go, wait, what's that? And you're just like, what? I was just fucking around. Do you have anything in mind guitar-wise, like using a different guitar or different amp now that you've had time to deal with it and experiment around a little more? I've improved my sound over the past 2 years. About 1,000% I'm pretty stuck on what I use now. Those Robins with the Seymours in them will probably mess around with guitar tones a lot more. What was the other guitar you used to use? Kramer? No, on tour with you guys, I had a Jackson. But on the record, La Sexorcisto, it's a $300 Charvel through a Marshall stock head and a Laney cabinet and a rat box. That's the secret to the chic sound. Listening closely to your guitar, you can hear it's a distorted sound. But it's thick, not Hi, Andy. Did you have that sound coming in, or did you EQ the hell out of it? That's pretty much what was in there. You've got a lot of low end. I thought I had a lot of low end, then I heard your sound live, and I said, wow, it sounds like a guitar and a bass coming out of there. All of the bass, none of the middle, and half of the treble. That's what I say. Well, there you go, folks. So you think you're going to use all of your guitars recording this time? Probably. Do you have a favorite yet? That Robin Machete, the blue one. I love that guitar. It sounds great, and it's got coil tapping, so I can make it sound like anything. It rules. Are you going to play around with the amps this time? Yeah, we've already used a lot of different stuff. Soldanos. Wagners. Matchless. The producer, Brian Karlstrom, has these old Plexi Marshalls. Cool stuff. Live, you never heard this stuff. I didn't have it when I was on the road with you. I used Randall's. I really like them. I learned that from Diamond Daryl of Pantera. What's your rig live? Wireless, noise gate, amps. The Randalls? The Randalls. They're the regular Randall head, 120 watts or something. Are you using an EQ in there? Not really. I should get around to finding out about that. Mine's a little stomp box EQ, little black box. Yeah. For pushing it over the top, I use an Ibanez juicer. Just to push it. It's a great box. Just found out about it. Everybody was talking about it, so I tried one. So your Seymour Duncans are passive pickups, and they can be double or single tapped? Yeah. Nice setup. Floyd Rose and Seymour's on everything. Gotta. It's funny, I came into the band when they were just about to release this record with guitarist Jim Ricci. I had to learn the songs and go on tour for this guy. He used a trem, and I had never used a trem before. I just used to have Gibsons, so I had to learn how to use a trem in a week. What do you do with this? Right after that, I got hooked on it. You can do some pretty cool things. Add so much color. I like the one effect that you did on the last album with the tremolo pushed all the way down and the strings just kind of flapping. They laugh and imitate the sound. I think that it's something to do. Something that every guitarist with a tremolo wants to record at some point. Start with the strings flapping against the neck, then slowly tighten them up. You ever sit there and do it as slowly as you possibly can? Oh, yeah. Do you think you're going to use any acoustic guitar on the next record? No, I don't think so. Do I hear hell freezing over? I'll probably play some more stuff clean, but acoustic, I don't think so. Do you ever play acoustic on records? Yeah, I played some acoustic on a Lucifuge. And the last record, I think it was Anything. For one or two other songs, I used a rented Strat, a guitar Jeff Beck has rented when he has come to town. Cool. When everybody came in the studio, I had told them that Jeff Beck played this guitar. Two of the pickup positions are really warm on it. That's what I use for How the Gods Kill and Anything. And all the quiet stuff that we did on the record, I played it through a Super Twin. Awesome. And for a tremolo sound, it had a tremolo on it for assisting us. I noticed that. I was wondering if you used that or if you used one of those little Boss tremolo boxes. No, we used the old amp with the reverb on it, and we just kept playing around with it until we got the right sounds out of it. I love tremolo. Who did you like that is still playing? Anybody's guitar sound you like? I like David Gilmour from Pink Floyd a lot. Big, long delays. Sounds that sustain for years. I like anything that's trippy in any way. Floyd, I dig. And Hendrix, obviously. You're not big on the guitar god, speed demon, virtuoso types. No, I don't care about that stuff. There's one thing about the panning. La Sexorcisto, I thought, hey, there's some Hendrixia stuff in here. I liked it. Because it was funky at the same time, which he probably would have dug. Cool. I think that the wah pedal is by far the best effect ever invented. I definitely dig the stuff with soul. I like him and maybe Tony Iommi and Stevie Ray Vaughan. I like a lot of different stuff. I listen to The Ventures. My old favorite is Ted Nugent. He used to do a lot of solos that were in one position, and gradually throughout the solo, he would change to a different position. On Paralyzed, he used the wah, probably every way he could use it, like a clinic with the wah-wah pedal. Hendrix used to do the same thing. Randy Rhoads. Oh, yeah, he'd put the pedal all the way back and do it solo. And then go for a couple of seconds all the way forward without much wah-wah going on. Zakk Wylde does that. Imitates the sound of a wah being drilled forward. Then you always have the old 25. This is Rob's so checked out right now. 525 or 624 by Chicago. That was the ultimate wah-wah solo. That's what you think wah-wah is all about. I'm telling you, any song with a wah-wah or a cowbell in it just fucking rules. So when are you guys going in to do this new album? Probably March. We'll record in March. It'll be exactly 2 years since the last record, which I guess is cool. It is. You spend so much time making a record and you don't want to just be pumping them out. I want to get to milk it for a while. I think the luxury of doing well is that you get to have a little more time to do the next record. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Where do you guys want to be in another 3 years? Doing the same type of stuff? Probably not. Big rock stars, limos. Yeah, we'll sell out big time. I will always have a room full of 500 guitars, and Rob will always be at the movies somewhere. Hiding. Do you just want to be the big rock stars, or do you want to keep on going the way you are? The only reason we ever started it was to make music we thought was cool. So that's our only goal. When it's not cool, we won't do it anymore. Nobody starts a band to make money unless they're a complete idiot, laughs. We're not motivated by money or anything. That's not what I was going for there. I wasn't calling you a complete idiot. Not directly, anyway. You know what I'm saying. As long as what we're doing is still cool to us, we'll keep doing it. I thought back to when I was first started. We've been in this 6 years before. Sorry. Take two. I thought back to when I first started. We've been in this 6 years with Dancy. February will be 7. Before that, I had major misconceptions about the record industry. Rob laughs. Talk about the school of hard knocks. Sometimes I seem to get far away from where I started mentally because things aren't as I dreamed they would be. It's a big game. As long as you learn to play it, you can get what you want out of it. Everybody thinks it's one way, and then you come in and it's totally different. But as long as you can realize that and deal with it and not freak out, it's cool. We know it's a big business, and we gotta deal with a lot of horse shit and talk to people we can't stand or do stupid shit. But as long as we just never let any of it affect the music. Nobody wants to do all the little promotional horse shit all day long because it gets really boring, but that's what it takes. That's part of the game. You do it so you can keep writing and recording. Everybody forgets that it basically comes down to the songs. It all revolves around the songs. I get really burned out on the whole thing when I feel like we've played continue on page 176. Too many shows in a row and we're tired and we're not playing at our best. Where you feel like these are half-assed shows. That's when I feel burnout. Survival gigs. Yeah, I don't like that because there's kids that saved up all month to go to that show. And they don't want to see you all tired because they drove all night. It's a bummer. But it's easy to keep in perspective. If somebody says, you guys are great, we think we're not. You guys suck, and we think, oh man, we suck. It's the people that believe the opposite. And they're told that they're great, and they believe it, who run into problems. Sometimes our business is kind of twisted. The people that freak out are the ones who get too caught up in the hype. They don't care about the music. All they care about is getting on a cover of magazines. Or the people that only care about the music and don't care about the other thing. You have to keep a balance between the two. You can't run and hide from the world and expect to still sell records. And you can't write crap and still expect to sell records. Just gotta keep perspective.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Now, before we go any further, I want to address something I said in the Bela Lugosi section as far as him turning down Frankenstein. I did just, in real time, throw in my Dracula Blu-ray from the Universal Monsters collection and watch a feature on that disc about Bela Lugosi specifically. And there is talk in that about the idea that him turning down a big movie like that was ridiculous. This does fly in the face of Bela's telling of the story, and the people being interviewed are basically saying, yes, that was his sort of... Oh, sorry. That was his retelling of something that was beyond his control. They are putting forth the idea that he would have been grateful to play Frankenstein. And in reality, there was a screen test done for Frankenstein with him as the monster strapped down on the table, and barely any action involved. Just him like opening his eyes, I guess, and probably a close up after some activity with Fritz and the Dr. Frankenstein himself. And Carl Laemmle Jr., who was the head of production at Universal, saw the test footage and did not like it. Also, maybe laughed at it a bit because he thought Bela Lugosi looked very wrong as the monster. And he was the one who rejected the idea of Bela as Frankenstein, with Bela himself moving on to say, I'm the one who made Karloff famous because I turned down the part. Might be true. I don't know. I will also say I've enjoyed listening to Bela Lugosi Jr., I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It was probably 5-6 years ago, on Gilbert Gottfried's Amazing Colossal Podcast. And I mean, Gilbert's podcast was phenomenal for so much old Hollywood stories, tales, and wackiness. And I mean, it's not well cataloged. It doesn't have the kind of fan base that's obsessive enough. I don't think. I haven't checked Reddit for a Gilbert Gottfried subreddit, but I don't think there's the kind of rabid fan base that would be like, oh, what was that one episode where they talked about the orange wedges for the first time? The legend of Cesar Romero of Batman fame. Batman is playing the Joker, having a sexual fetish for having multiple people throw orange wedges at his bare tuchus. I wish there could have been an entire series of just Rob Zombie and Gilbert Gottfried talking about weird old Hollywood stuff. But a close second is the episodes with Dana Gould, who his podcast, the Dana Gould Hour, especially the first year of it, probably a decade ago by now, the Halloweenery episode covering a little bit about Ed Wood and a little bit about Bela Lugosi was kind of my inspiration for more than the normal Bela Lugosi and Ed Wood fandom that I had already sort of fostered in myself through my own, searches of media. But there's, to put it, to wrap it up neatly when it comes to Gilbert, he said that, his holy grail of guest interviews was Janet Ann Gallo. He says, she was the little girl in The Ghost of Frankenstein in 1940. To me, that's a bigger star than Julia Roberts. She came on and talked about playing hide and go seek with Bela Lugosi and Lon Chaney in their full Igor and Frankenstein costumes. That's the childhood I wanted. Now, friends, I hope you've enjoyed yourself during this time. I know it was a long one. The next one's probably going to be just as long. I assume you listen to it in bits and pieces to get you through your commute or your walks or whatever it is that you do when you listen to podcasts. Thanks for making me a part of it. Thanks for making me a part of your life. There's a lot of good stuff out there vying for your attention, and I appreciate the fact that you're allowing me to take information and words from other people and cram them into your ear holes at times when you'd like to think about something different than what you normally think about. There's a lot of other episodes in the back catalog. It's all free. No commercials. There shouldn't be. And no sponsors. No other support besides your listenership and whatever you can give. If you look in the description of this episode and all the episodes, there's a link to my PayPal. There's a link to the Patreon, which has monthly podcasts about the history of rock and roll, various places along the timeline. It's two-hour episodes every month for only a few dollars. If you jump on now and just download everything and then bail after a month, you're sitting on a pretty big mountain of audio recordings. And the knowledge you'll gain from that will get you so much sex, a tornado of sex, because people are, these days, so impressed by folks that know about the long story of innovation and creation and production and manufacturing of the history of the 45 RPM record, or the trials and tribulations of the Beatles as they started Apple Music and slowly broke up their own band and tried to be business owners to horrible, abject failure. Or the 1969 Rolling Stones tour across America that led to the, by all accounts, wonderful and very pleasant and not at all disastrous or murderous Altamont free concert in San Francisco. Or bits about Monster Magnet, bits about Bad Religion, bits about Tom Waits. It all depends on the week, but it's all history of rock and roll in one form or another. And that's at patreon.com/rockfilmrock. I'm on Instagram at justtheworstever. You can also email me at justtheworstever@gmail.com with suggestions or questions. And you can, be nice to yourself tomorrow. Maybe not today. You're being mean to yourself today. Tough love. Today, tough love. Tomorrow, be nice. And remember that you do deserve to be loved, and you deserve to have a good time. You deserve to be provoked. You deserve to be presented with, or you deserve to seek out for yourself creative ideas and things that make you happy. Okay? Remember always, rock and roll is the best. And so are you.
Please remember to replace the speaker on the post when you leave the theater.
rock and roll music and why I preach against it, and I believe with all of my heart that it is a contributing factor to our juvenile delinquency of today.
There's wickedness attempting to completely cover this nation in perversion and seductive, seducing spirits. I have never seen more images of more mermaids and water people in my life. That's a division in the kingdom of darkness, and they're highly technologically advanced.